All right, everybody. Welcome to the ISS Season 1 finale. I'm Lego Mage here with Brando, and we're going to be jumping right into it, loading in to Game 1 right now of the group stage. It's Bombs Away versus Poodad and Sons. Brando, how are we feeling going in to this game and into this this finale of the brand new league?
Well, it's the first finale of the brand new league, and going straight into goo. One of my favorite maps. A lot of fun passing plays can happen here. So I'm expecting to see a lot of interesting plays, especially if it looks like Cliff is hovering that rune. Some of those pillar plays out of the portal might be some good mix-ups on the side of Poodad and Sons.
Yeah, it looks like that side of the roster getting pretty much everything that they want. They do have the Dubu taken away from them, but Cliff, known rune player, Wolfmang, known Asher player. So, rocking a pretty solid loadout. Looks like Pudash going to go for the Mako here, just to hold it down. Just looking out for the Brawler pick over for Bombs Away here. Or possibly a goalie pick, but no, it will be the Rasmus. So it's a good team comp from Poodad and Sons. I don't know what the starting awakenings are, but I guess we'll find out in just a moment. Looks like it's actually Spark of Focus, Big Fish, Caramel, and Wolfman going for Big Fish. Everyone else starting on that Spark. So an interesting start there for sure. I mean, it's always going to be kind of wild when there's a Spark to start the game off.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities for scoring, and right off the bat, Wolfman getting a nice KO, putting a power play on the side for Poodad and Sons, and getting a barrier out of it. Great positioning, great coordination there, and able to get that second barrier just stuffing through with the Asher ult and that rune pillar. Phineas Lost just not able to get through this combination of Asher and rune in that pocket there.
Yeah, it's a really nice placed shot there from Wolfmang to start off the series, despite the initial KO looking a little bit odd here, but we'll see if Bombs Away able to rally back on this map right now. Cliff can go a little bit wide there with the banish. Some nice portal plays happening. Phineas Lost gonna make the clear, but Wolfmang and Cliff pull out some nice passing plays. The defense so far holding. Bombs Away not gonna give up the barriers and points as easily as they did last time.
And Poodad and Sons doing a great job coordinating passing the plays, but Phineas Lost finally has their ultimate up and able to use that Tofu Fortress to keep Poodad and Sons from making any kind of core progression. But with a couple portal plays, they are able to get one barrier. But Bombs Away comes back, gets up to Caramel, and able to sink it into that top corner with that Rasmus secondary recast.
Now tied up 1-1. He's an energy advantage for Bombs Away, moving in to this third point right here, and Light Sky is going to have the flip available to work with. Nice, and Snare Drums comes out. The flip going to go wide there. A little bit of a mix-up with the core now as Poodad and Sons look to reconvert. The Pumpkins coming out from Phineas Lost. That'll get it back up to Caramel right now. Struggling to bring down this barrier, but a nice hook on Poodash. Pulls him out of the way, and that's the second barrier now gone. Phineas Lost way up in the goal box, looking to use this flip. Pass up to Light Sky here. Shots on the goal. The Thorns come out, but Poodash clears. Wolfman looking to reconvert, but Light Sky through the portal. Back past to Phineas Lost. Whiffs the flip a bit. They still have control over the core. Pass to Caramel. It has the 50. Goes to the bottom. The strike shot. Not quite the good angle. And that'll be a set point now for Bombs Away.
Yeah, so far, outside of that first point, it's a lot of back and forth. That first point was clearly all the pressure was going for Poodad and Sons, getting that first early point. But everything after that, these last 2 points, a lot of back and forth. These teams obviously very comfortable with each other, and that, as you were saying, that last point, Phineas Lost. They walked all the way up with that flip, but they never got out of position with Light Sky. That they always had coverage that Poodad and Sons couldn't really punish a goalie, especially a slow goalie like Dubu, moving up. So I'm looking forward to see. I'm hoping a lot more of that kind of aggressive goalie pressure.
Yeah, we'll see. They're in an open goal situation, so we might not get that though. Phineas Lost holding on though with a nice roll there, and look to reconvert. A lot of work to bring down both of the barriers though. Are up in the midfield a little bit. Caramel has a flip available, but Wolfmang right now running circles, pass through the portal, gets it at the corner, but Phineas Lost holding it down with the log now. Light Sky, but the pillar from Cliff messes up the dribble. Phineas Lost cannot catch it in time. It'll be tied up. Pudad and Sons tied up now, set point. And I mean, this first draft is going to be, I think, very, very important, right?
This first draft is going to, I don't know if it'll be make or break, but it's definitely going to sway the momentum one way or the other, because this first point set, everything is just kind of balanced for the most part. It's like it's 2-2, nothing too crazy. I mean, Big Fish size is a great start for your brawlers, but Spark of Focus by itself, not too much. So whoever can start scaling with those sparks is going to be having a field day on this map.
Both barriers, though, getting taken down by Cliff. Wolfmang pressuring the corner. Flip is burnt. Wolfmang picks up the KO on the goalie, though. Going for it again. Gets a pass to Cliff. And Light Sky, no abilities to defend that one. It will be Pudad and Sons taking set one. Looks like, I think, Wolfmang going to be the MVP here. Yep. So the Asher on the board does have, actually, the only person without a Spark pickup. And we see one of the Sparks show up, but also a couple other really nice things here. Got exercise, got the demo. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's worth denying the Dubu Spark in this case. Yeah. Stacks on stacks. Speed on Asher is great, although you're not going to be able to build up too much size with 2 Size Awakenings being here and 1 being on the start. But I do think that Rapid Fire Rune is going to become a problem for Bombs Away. Just more pillars, more cutting off those portals, and a lot more surprise pillars if you're not expecting them.
Yeah, it's definitely very strong pickup on Rune. And some strong pickups all around, really. But yeah, like you mentioned, the double spark on the goalie here is not the most impactful thing. The cooldowns are, of course, really good for Dubu, but I think we'll have to wait till that speed one shows up for it to really start to come into play here. But a good start so far from Bombs Away. They've got both barriers. A nice little pass from Light Sky to set up the point for Caramel. And Bombs Away will strike first.
Yeah, and I think you're 100% right. If Dubu gets that speed spark, that spark of agility, then they're going to have so much mobility. They're going to have insanely low cooldowns. They're going to have all that stagger, so you're not going to be bullying the goalie anytime soon. So that, going into the next draft, I think is going to have to be Pudad and Sons' like primary focus, is making sure that that speed spark does not get through to Phineas Lost.
Absolutely. A nice pillar from Cliff. Passes it through Wolfmang. Through the portal. Has to deal with the pumpkins, but dribbling it quite well. Maintains control. Gonna have another opportunity here as they pass it down to Cliff. Goes for a shot to the middle. Light Sky with a nice Soren angle, though. Trying to hold it down. Phineas lost a nice clear to Caramel. Looking for the breakaway here. Wolfmang passes the portal once again. Light Sky self-pass through the portal, but gets KO'd for it as Wolfmang picks up another one, and Cliff teleporting up. Caramel with the death touch, though. Separates the pass. Goes for the score, but Pudash holds both sides. Well opened up as Phineas Lost, just trying to buy some time for Light Sky to come back now. Wolfmang once again in a familiar situation, fighting the Tofu wall. This time not going to be as lucky. Has the flip available on the goal line, sinks it to the top side. And Pudad and Sons now once again tying it up 1-1. Been back and forth like this all game.
Yeah, and Wolfmang using that flip to just secure that goal right there pretty well, but Cliff does start off at this point with a flip. Not able to get much out of it. Phineas Lost doing a good job holding that and getting it cleared around him. And now the energy advantage goes to the side of Bombs Away. But Phineas Lost uses it defensively there and unfortunately does not get the value out of it that I feel like they wanted.
And now another open goal situation here for Bombs Away. A nice flip from Pudash, like barely saved that barrier. Still stuck in the corner at the moment right now. Wolfmang falling back a bit to defend. They will manage to clear the portal, and Phineas Lost with the roll. A little bit too wide. They'll just go right to Cliff, who sinks it in. Pudad and Sons now looking to run away with this set on set point right now. And possibly get some even more really good awakenings.
Yeah, that kind of infamous Dubu roll. Very strong once it hits, but once you get caught out of position, it's almost impossible for Dubu to recover that close into your goal box.
And now Caramel looking to dribble up the field here. They lost both barriers very quickly once again. And Phineas Lost and Light Sky having to play far back and just hold on to it. Cannot make use of that speed. It slips around the pumpkins there, a little bit scary. Wolfmang still in a position to score. Cliff to the bottom as the pillar gets it out before the log, and that's the set going to Pudad and Sons yet again.
Yeah, that rapid fire rune, that primary is going to be coming up a lot quicker, and if Rune can get a read on that goalie, it's going to be hard to make those clears. Fortunately for Pudad and Sons here, we do not see either spark coming in, so nothing really for denying Phineas lost. But we do see a timeless rune that I bet Cliff is really wanting right now. Or Hot Shot.
That's really good. Hot Shot Rapid Fire Rune is just so much cooldown on that primary. But you see the extra special on the Dubu, which is of course nice. And Catalyst actually fell all the way down to Caramel. So double-sized Catalyst Rasmus isn't bad at all here. But yeah, I mean, Cliff, if Cliff wasn't having a big influence on the game already, he definitely will be now.
Yeah, and a nice banish gets both Light Sky and Phineas Lost able to get those two barriers essentially for free for Wolfmang. Just Cliff handing that up to Wolfmang on a silver platter.
Yeah, they've had a little bit of trouble defending the barriers this game for sure, as Cliff and Wolfmang yet again attacking an open net, and Cliff sinking it in there as Light Sky walked a little bit too close to the pillar, and Cliff popped that secondary. Gets a KO there for fun as well. I think Pudad and Sons now in firm control of this match and just looking to just run away with it.
Yeah, and I think kind of what we're seeing here is two different styles of forward play, where Bombs Away is kind of really leaning into just getting up to Caramel and just kind of supporting them from a little bit further back, where we see Wolfmane and Cliff really walking up together and like really not trying to make a play until both Wolfmane and Cliff are in position to kind of back each other up and kind of open those passing lanes.
And Cliff to Wolfmang yet again here. Splits the uprights on that shot. Pudad and Sons now on match point. We have two core flips available for Bombs Away, but they've been losing the barriers off kickoff almost just methodically at this point here. It's really been their biggest weakness. And I mean, once those are gone, they just struggle so hard to catch up during the point. They will defend it this time and actually be the first to strike this point, but we'll have to see if they're able to make the reverse sweep.
Yeah, and throughout this entire game, we haven't seen too many insane uses about the portal. A little bit of a Dubu Tofu hyperspeed going there. But yeah, not a lot of too like insane portal plays, just kind of like some simple passes through. It's mostly just like positioning and coordination from these two teams, and it just seems like Pudad and Sun just has more of that coordination, has more of that like team synergy when trying to make those scoring attempts.
Yeah, and one coming up right now here. Cliff up to Wolfmang. This is Caramel in the strike war. Looks for another opportunity, but so far the defensive Bombs Away will hold. Caramel burns the flip. It doesn't go very far, and another pillar from Cliff. The hot shot sends it screaming past the Dubu. And Pudad and Sons will take the victory in their game one of the group stage.
Yeah, and that's just kind of the value of having a good rune on your team, especially going into a map like Goo, where people are going to want to play with those portals, and if rune can just get a read of like, oh, the goalie wants to clear in this direction, those primary pillars, especially with that rapid and the hot shot, they're going to be coming up more. They're going to send the core that much faster. It's almost a mental warfare that just having a good rune on your team can do against the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, Cliff, as we see from the stats here as well. Hotshot Rapid Fire Rune is really good, especially if you know how to play him. Had the most redirects in the lobby and 8 goal participations. Some good stuff there for sure, and a strong showing for Pudad and Sons to start off the finale. Looking at the thing, it's like we still got some... The game's still, of course, going on, so I think we're going to be throwing it to a bit of a break while round one looks to finish up. When we come back, we'll have game two, so we'll be back in just a few minutes.
See you in a bit.
All right, and welcome back to round 2 of our group stage. And we got a heavy hitter coming on right now, paying off the refs versus Get Her Done. Get Her Done being the #1 seed and paying off the refs. Coming in at like number 5 or something, but they're pretty good as well. So this is going to be a pretty good matchup. We got ex-teammates fighting each other here. And Rando, we got the draft up on screen. They're picking their characters. What are we looking at?
I mean, looks like we're going to AtLab, and I believe the Awakening Start is a hot shot ad rush. So we do see Psychonite kind of hovering that KO. Imagine they're going to want to get those kills, being able to proc that ad rush, get that speed, get those cooldowns, get more kills. But X kind of notoriously known for kind of needing to scale into it. So I think the game plan, well, never mind, Juliet on that last second.
Pulling out the Juliet Brawler here.
Yeah.
Actually, oh wait, gonna
Kazan?
switch it up.
Okay.
Kazan is the lock. Interesting. Looks like we got Asher forward, Estelle midfield, Mako goalie over on the side of Get Her Done here. So nothing crazy, but let's take a look at starting Awakenings. We got Hot Shot, Ad Rush, Cloco going for the Ad Rush. Everyone else on the Hot Shot start. Serapi sticking with the Magnetized Souls. Ripstick going for the Mom Boots on the Dubu.
Yeah, Max Souls kind of becoming a staple of those midfields lately with the most recent buff.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit of a nerf, but they have been popular recently, regardless. So it's always something, you know, you have to play around. It's part of that, like, that little bit of that nuanced speed game, the Slicks versus Mag Souls difference that can often change a lot of micro interactions. But a quick 2 barriers here for paying off the refs now as Cold Robin and Psykeen look to push for a point, and actually a bounce off the black hole. A little bit unlucky there. I think that was actually a redirect from Serapi that ended up hitting that. Bit of a lucky bounce, but paying off the refs will go first up.
Yeah, and a lot of kind of different plays you can make with those black hole plays. Kind of those self passes or redirects if you pop it, or using them for a little bit of kind of a curved pass. But Psykeen kind of running into it. Not sure that's really what you want to do with Kazan, who has notoriously low stagger. That black hole immediately just chipping away half and kind of makes you a target for damage.
Well, managing to heal up here. Ripstick whiffing a strike. Panic rolls to recover, but Serapi takes advantage and brings down the barrier. That's going to set up a pretty easy goal there for Cloco. They don't even have to burn the flips to tie that one up. A moment of hesitation in the goal box there, and everything collapsed. And now Get Her Done in a really good position. They're going to have 3 flips available for a chance to bring it to set point.
Yeah, and especially flips on AtLab, where if you can get a nice setup, you could get an easy, pretty nice double unlock. But Serapi kind of playing it safe, just getting the single unlock, and gets it back up to Cloak, who uses the core flip, but Ripstick able to clear that out. But
a lot of damage on Cloco.
Yeah, it looks like they have to run all the way back just to get that orb in. Psykeen really trying to get that bloodlust going, and Psykeen did take hot shot. Cloak the only one with the ad rush, but still hot shot make that core go faster. But I'm actually kind of surprised that Cloak was the first one to go down.
Focus the damage on that, and now scoring opportunity presenting itself for paying off the refs here. We'll lose a little bit of control now. Ripstick holding on to it. Nice pass for Psykeen. Slings it around the black hole, but can't find the angle on the goal. Ripstick going to go forward again, it looks like, but Cloco in the way. A piercing shot from Serapi forces the flips to be burned. Both getting shut down there. The barrier will remain standing in Psykeen versus Mexi. Psykeen will be able to push it through with the press the point. A little bit of help from the midfield there. Bit of a sloppy one, but paying off the refs will manage to bring it back. And now they are, in fact, the ones on set point.
Yeah, but on the side of paying off the refs, not a lot of energy. Actually, no one has even any evade. So it's going to take them a while to build up any flip if they want it. As Get Her Done gets the double barrier out pretty quick and able to get the Cloak and send it to that bottom corner to sink that in. Pretty quick point in retaliation from the side of Get Her Done.
Yeah, it looks like Ripstick might have been fighting some ghosts there a little bit. kind of go in the wrong direction. Just set up a really kind of textbook passing play for Serapi and Cloakoak. But we're tied up now. The big 0.5, and Cloakoak has a flip available. It's going to be Path Splitter versus the Pumpkins. Ripstick managed to hold on to that one barrier. Now Saikeen looking to take over on the offense. Brings down the second one. Gets KO'd for it, though. And that's a power play for Get Her Done. Cloakoak has the ad rush proc and is pushing up hard. Burns the flip. Gets the barrier. Both sides opened up and just sinks it to the bottom, but it hits the goal gate. It doinks off. And Serapi can't land it either. Cloakoak, though, recovers with the strike war. Get Her Done. Gets it done in set 1. And they will be getting their first pick in the draft. I think Cloak going to be the MVP there, and this could be big.
This could be really big seeing what we get here. We have Asher Size or Fight or Flight. Ooh, Asher Speed with that Fight or Flight, especially with that ad rush. Looking for damage, getting the stagger, and getting their secondary cooldown back up, and it does seem that's the way they're going to go.
Yeah, it looks like perfect form will remain up for the now to pick it. Prime time for the Estelle. Some size out here for Kazan. Unstoppable going to be the pickup for Mexi, which should be nice against the Now and the Kazan. Help out a little bit in that department. And 1-2 punch. All that's really left here for Ripstick to go with. But 1-2 punch hotshot Dubu is nothing to scoff at. You can get some pretty nice core speed there. A decent draft all around. But yeah, I mean, the prime time plus the fight or flight for Get Her Done is a very good reward for that first set win.
Yeah, and Mexi Casual picking that unstop is going to be a lot harder to get any of those hit stuns to kind of force that core through. Although we do see all 3 members of the side to Get Her Done kind of working just to keep that one barrier alive. But they do end up finding a KO on Saikeen there, getting a little low. And just Serapi, nice Estelle primary, able to get Saikeen off the map.
Nice layering of damage between Mexi and the midfielder there, but Saikeen managing to respawn as Serapi takes down the second barrier here. Cloakoak pretty hurt, but looking for another kill. Serapi's going to pick up a second one, and Cloakoak looking for the breakaway. Forces Ripstick to burn the core flip now past to Saikeen. Strike shot buys a bit of time here, but Get Her Done is into power play. Bad angle off the Path Splitter. Will whiff the core once, but Serapi going to give Cloak another opportunity here. Still a lot of damage coming into this Asher, and paying off the refs is holding. Pass up to Cloakoak to the middle. It's good. Another great shot from Cloak, and Ripstick just can't find the positioning on these open nets as Get Her Done go up first.
Yeah, and like you were pointing out, Cloakoak kind of taking a lot of damage, and I think that's just kind of a side effect of Dubu picking up that 1-2 punch. Yeah, it can be really good for some of those core speed plays, but that also means it's going to be a little bit harder for Cloakoak to really like scrap with that Dubu in their own goal box.
Yeah, for sure. And now an open goal on the side of Get Her Done. One barrier remaining. We've been in this situation a number of times, and Get Her Done has managed to bring it back here. The nice soup comes out, and there's the 1-2 punch. Hot shot paying off. Serapi and Mexi cannot get there in time. This is going to fly right to the top of the goal box there. A goalie goal from Ripstick to return the favor here. Paying off the refs will yet again tie the game.
Yeah, and Serapi kind of burning that flip, not able to connect with it. Gonna leave them without much to work with. They do have Cloakoak about to get flip here, but again, just taking so much damage. But we've kind of seen Get Her Done being able to get all the KOs, but paying off the rest is dishing out this damage. They have such a hard time confirming these KOs to get any kind of power play going.
Yeah, there's not really an easy combo they have to confirm the KOs like they do with Asher and Estelle. So we're definitely seeing that quite a lot here. We have 2 flips available, though. For paying off the ref, Ripstick going to flip into ultimate there. A big commitment of resources, but it's still trapped in this top corner. Serapi and Cloakoak are just holding it there. Finally, it's going to get back out to Saikeen for a chance to find something. Goes for the top spin, but it's a sad boys angle, and it will get cleared out. Mexi now just going to clear it back here to the midfield. A lot of damage getting pumped into Saikeen. We've seen the KOs come out, and we might be seeing more again. Mexi burns the flip for some damage. Doesn't quite find it. It'll be Cloak who actually flips for the confirm there. Now a power play for Get It Done. Going to bounce it off the black hole. Path Splitter on the bottom side. We have ad rush on the Asher, but a core flip from Cold Ramen. Buys a few precious seconds now, and Saikeen is back online. The barrier will stay standing. A nice defense from paying off the refs, and now it's Cloakoak's turn to be the one who's staggered. Saikeen looking for the kill, chasing him to the corner here. A nice elusive on the top spin, but they'll have to trade the barrier for it. And now an open goal on the side of Get Her Done, and Mexi in a situation. Cold Ramen and Saikeen press it up hard. They will manage to recover it, though. Ripstick sending it back into the top side. Saikeen cannot find the crook leverage there. It'll get back to Cloak, and that's the barrier from paying off. The ref's gone. Cloak dribbling in the top side, looking for the shot. Ripstick wins the strike board, though. Serapi gonna give him another chance at the pass, but Cold Ramen holding it down, though, and cutting the pass, slings it around to Saikeen. The snare drums from Mexi make it too difficult, and Saikeen to the bottom, but Mexi blocks it yet again. And no one can find anything. Cold Ramen looking for something. Core flip from Mexi is going to clear it out as it's continuing to go back and forth. Mexi, though, misses the clear. The angle is bad. And it goes right in. An anticlimactic way to end that one. Paying off the refs. Bring it to set points.
That was such a back and forth point. And yeah, to have it go out like that. But kind of what we're seeing here is as soon as one team kind of gets any forward momentum going, starts trying to make attacking plays on the enemy team's goal box, is when the damage starts coming out and their forwards have to fall back and they lose all that pressure, which is kind of what's causing a lot of these back and forth plays we have going on here.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, once again, one barrier to one barrier here. Ripstick, though, with the log will open up, Get Her Done side of the field. Saikeen looking for the point. A drum and bass from Mexi. Holds it down and gets it back over. Serapi looks to be wanting to take over, goes for the Thorns, and that's both sides opened up now. Ripstick commits the super pass to Saikeen. A shot to the bottom, sinks it in. I think Serapi backwards. Yeah, that was actually Serapi's piercing shot. Went for the hit stun, but Saikeen burnt the core flip to evade it. And they ended up own goaling there.
Yeah, unfortunately.
The refs will take it.
I think they're going for the hit stun and just kind of misjudged how far that Estelle primary would hit in relation to where the core goes. But we were already kind of talking about that 1-2 punch hot shot speed that Dubu can proc. But with that team player, Dubu's going to be sending that core flying. And maybe this is kind of what paying off the refs needs to kind of keep that forward progression going, that offensive pressure going, and keeping the core on the side of Get Her Done here.
Yeah, and Ripstick building up that core speed. Serapi picks up pancakes. Mexi gets egoistic. Cloco gets Knife's Edge. And they are looking scary builds. I mean, Knife's Edge, Ad Rush, Fight or Flight, Asher is pretty terrifying. Cloco can be zooming and make some big plays for sure. And Mexi, of course, now able to push up, and Serapi able to win a lot more foot races in the midfield in addition to blinking around. A very good draft for Get Her Done despite losing the set, I think. And so far, showing it off as we open up the goal pretty early on.
Yeah, we do see the perfect form twin drive on the now. I haven't seen Cold Ramen do too many insane now plays using that secondary for any kind of core control or redirect. But maybe if they use it more for heals, kind of keep Saikeen healthy, so they can kind of stay in the action a lot more than kind of what they've had been these past couple points. That might be a difference maker here, but Saikeen still taking a lot of damage, not able to stay up there. Does avoid getting KO'd there, and stay alive long enough to get out of that stagger state, though.
From Cold Ramen, a weird angle on the side bounce there, but it'll go in regardless. To be paying off the refs. Going up first in this set now. Everything all tied up. We've seen it go back and forth all game. I expect nothing of the less as energy is tied up here as well. And both sides so far holding their barriers off a kickoff.
Yeah, and it looks like Cloco really just burning abilities trying to get those KOs, as we see just kind of seeing Cold Ramen a little low, just not leaving Cold Ramen alone, just sticking with them, waiting for their cooldowns to come up and try to get them off the edge out of this game for just even the 12 seconds.
All right, and now both sides yet again at their one barrier to one barrier mark. They've burnt their core flips pretty early on and are a little bit low on resources, but they are going at it. Playing a bit of this rough and tumble Omega Strikers right now. Serapi pretty hurt. Ripstick actually manages to pick up the stagger here, but will manage to stay alive. Have to retreat to find an orb. Snare drums from Mexi will buy a bit of time here, but Ripstick, a bad dribble, gets his own barrier, and that changes everything. Core flip from Cloco goes to the bottom side. The angle is good, and immediately Get Her Done, punishing a big mistake for paying off the refs and tying up the game 1-1, 1-1.
Yeah, and kind of what we're seeing here, and I think we've kind of been alluding to it, there's a lot of back and forth in this game, and this is a very scrappy game. There's not a lot of finesse plays going on, not a lot of trying anything fancy. You have the Asher either trying to stuff it into the goal or trying to stuff an enemy off the map, and you have Saikeen kind of doing the same, trying to survive and just kind of stuff that core through and just kind of move it around Mexi Casual here.
Yeah, this has definitely been a fierce contest, a physical game, if you will. They are in the trenches in this match for sure. And now Serapi with a shot to the bottom here. It doinks off the bottom, though, and it's no good. It's going to give him another chance of trying to get it to Cloak Oak, but Cold Ramen so far holding it down. The Thorns come in, but they're just short, and Ripstick able to clear it out now. Get it back around. Cold Ramen maybe looked like a little bit of lag there, but should be good now. Pass here to Saikeen, gonna go to the top side, but Mexi's fast enough with the Egoist. Gonna have another opportunity, though, as Cold Ramen converging on the bottom. Serapi steals the core away, but Cold Ramen recovers. Core flip from Mexi, blocked by Saikeen. Serapi wins the strike war, though, gets it back to Cloak Oak. First Ripstick, goes for the barrier beam. It's good after the contest. And get her done now on set point yet again.
Yeah, just Ripstick and Cloak Oak just going ability for ability at that last second there, and Cloak Oak just able to win that final strike war to send that core in. But we do see the core flip on the side of Cloak Oak. Are they going to burn it to guarantee the barrier, or are they going to try to save it for possibly a KO, proc that ad rush? Kind of see what Cloak Oak is going to, what decisions this Asher is going to make here.
I'll have to see. No one's really low right now, but one barrier is all that's remaining. Could be worth spending it there. Serapi just now earning a flip as well. They're pushing up hard right now. Core flips burnt all around. That was Ripstick and Cloak trading, but the barrier will fall. Core flip from Serapi sneaks it around the Tofu, but Ripstick able to save it just barely and get it back to Saikeen here. Dribbling, trying to find the barrier, goes for the pop-up. It goes around the back, and it will be good. Both sides opened up. It's Cold Ramen versus Cloak in the middle. A lot of damage onto this Asher right now, but Cold Ramen's got the flip available. Serapi dribbling on the top side. Cloak with the back pass. Now back to Serapi. Goes for the piercing shot. It goes right through Ripstick. Beautifully lined up, and Serapi will, in fact, get set 3 done, and another one for get her done, and that will be the MVP for the Estelle.
Yeah, wonderful setup with that Estelle primary, and they're going to be rewarded with the MVP going into this. I mean, extra special, super surge, rapid fire, a lot of good things. Go with the rapid fire, nice confirms, and Serapi has been doing a good job finding those kill confirms with that Estelle primary, so we might be seeing even more of those.
Extra special here on Dubu. Of course, one of his best awakenings. No one going for the sparks. It's a bit late in the game to worry about that. Aerials on Mexi is, of course, nice. Projectile extension, nice dash speed, which has been the name of the game. Cloak got peak performance in there as well. Like, everyone just has so much speed on the side of get her done. It's definitely difficult for paying off the refs to compete with that. But they got a couple nice things here, too, as well. So maybe they'll be able to bring it to a set 5, but right now, get her done looking really good.
Yeah, and Cloak Oak already almost has flip just 15 seconds into this. Just shows you how much value they're getting out of every ability usage. Hitting the core, hitting enemy team, and just building up that energy. And there they finally get that flip. And they were able to get all that without a barrier going down on the side of paying off the refs.
A little whiff strike there from Saikeen. Doesn't find the barrier as core flips. Gonna get burned from Cloak, and that'll actually pick up one in return now. So we have our diagonal setup yet again. Both sides looking to force the outside corners. Really tends to be where this core stays the longest. But a nice snare drums from Mexi will take out Saikeen pretty early on, and that's a power play. The barrier going down. Cloak looking to force it. Ripstick makes one save here. Core flip from Serapi. Ripstick able to defend that one. And Mexi sends it back in. Serapi past to Cloak. Oh, looking for the pitch. Goes to the top, but it's blocked away. And Mexi yet again looking for the setup. But Saikeen on respawn finds the pop-up, and both sides opened up. It goes to Cold Ramen here. The Thorns, though, bounces off the wall past the Cloak. Core flip from Ripstick gets it to Saikeen, but Serapi holds it down on the goal line. Past to Cloak in the corner, but doesn't quite connect. Mexi gonna have to dribble it and go for it again. Gets it back to Cloak. Has the pass splitter, but can't make anything happen now. Still with a bit of core control here, but Ripstick able to rotate it around. Saikeen dashing in with the hook. Doesn't find the shot. Soup coming out. Serapi trying to force it through. Cloak Oak looking for a setup to the bottom side. It's going to be good. The roll's not quick enough. And Get Her Done will go first up yet again.
Yeah, and it looks like going into these later points, that's going to kind of be the name of the game of Get Her Done. Is once they get it over there, especially once they get the goal open, those barriers down, it's going to be Cloakoak just trying to keep the core over there while Serapi can move up, and they can just kind of pass around this team of Adubu and Now that have been playing pretty well defensively, and it just kind of comes down to Cloakoak and Serapi just having those passing plays to secure those final points.
Yeah, that's really what it's been coming down to. Now Saikeen forcing this corner hard. Try and bring down the second barrier here. Serapi going to burn the flip. It will get stalled out just a bit. So far, they're able to hold burnout. That Cloakoak is able to reconvert. Tofu Fortress coming out, though, with that extra special. It's up quite a bit. And will be recovered here for paying off the rest. Core flip from Saikeen is also blocked. Cold Ramen going to have his available shortly as well, as both teams going to war over these final barriers right now. Spending everything they have. Mexi whiffs the core flip, but Ripstick whiffs the roll and is on the goal line. Cold Ramen able to save it with the flip as the goal was opened there. But Cloakoak has a flip available. Now Ripstick sends it right back at him twice, but he whiffs the flip! And now in the corner, the soup comes out. And it gets back to Saikeen here. A big blunder from Get Her Done. Gives a little bit of life to pay off the refs. But they have to bring down this barrier here. Serapi sends it back into Cloakoak, but a nice rotation will save it around. And back to Cold Ramen now. Back to forcing this bottom corner, but they can't get anything going. Nothing's going to stick there. And Cloakoak trying to catch up with the core. Piercing shot from Serapi, but Ripstick saves it with the core flip. And gets it back down. Cold Ramen to the barrier, but Mexi's there to defend. Tofu Fortress coming out now. Serapi threads the needle between the black hole and the primary to get it back to Cloak. Dribbling the top side. The barrier beam is going to be good. And that's match point now for Get Her Done.
Yeah, and kind of what we've been seeing, like I said, it's just kind of a scrappy match, and kind of one of the side effects we're seeing from that is I feel like almost a lot of panic situations coming up. We've seen a lot of kind of whiffed core flips on both teams here, just kind of feeling that pressure when the core gets a little too close, that they're kind of losing their patience and just kind of reacting rather than trying to make a play happen.
Saikeen getting caught dashing. Serapi picks up the KO, and Cloakoak, the second barrier now. The chance to end it all right here. Core in Cloak's hands, past to Serapi, but Saikeen is back online now. Serapi running up with the flip, gets hit with the pumpkins though, and that's going to go nowhere. Cloakoak though has the barrier beam and elusive, but it's not good enough. The piercing shot from Serapi, set up in the out clear, and threads it right through. Get Her Done, gets it done in a 3-1 victory.
And that primetime rapid fire on that Estelle coming in clutch on that final point. Serapi using that flip into the primary, but the Tofu Fortress does block that away. But once it gets around that fortress, the Cloakoak was able to stop it, and Serapi able to catch the clear with that final primary. But yeah, very, very fun. A lot of action going on, very scrappy. We saw a lot of damage and a lot of KO attempts going on early on, but once people started scaling with their awakening, started getting builds going, started kind of getting a feel for what they needed to do to make something happen, started becoming a lot more core control and just kind of trying to make plays rather than kind of forcing those KOs we saw early on.
Yeah, for sure. And some good awakening, some good drafting as well from Get Her Done, some good midfield play. I think you're right, those kill confirms definitely were pretty big there, paying off the refs. Only having one to their name, just did not have the combos to capitalize on any of the damage that they were able to deal. But a really good performance from Serapi and Cloak for sure, and Mexi as well. But yeah, really fun match, really close, scrappy match for our game 2, and Get Her Done taking the victory there. They're 2-0 now, so they're looking pretty nice, paying off the refs, unfortunately, at 0-2, so they're in a little bit of trouble. We'll have to see how the rest of their games play out. After this, we're going to be throwing it to a bit of a break now. We're waiting for some of these to finish up, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes. All right, and welcome back to round 3 of the group stage. Coming off of that crazy game, it's hard to say exactly what to expect. But we're moving over now to pool number 2, where we're going to be seeing Chilisaki versus Web Fishing Warlords in their match here. Chilisaki coming in at 2-0 and Web Fishing Warlords 1-1. So we head over to Taiko Temple.
Yeah, Taiko Temple, one of my favorite maps. I love this map. You can get a lot of like fun bounces, fun angles, and some really interesting dribbles and passing plays using those drums. But we do see an aerial and stacks on stacks start. So kind of curious what each team is going to want to pick up here. Nothing too crazy. We do see the Rasmus and Asher ban. Asher is good as goalie, good as forward on Taiko, so that's a pretty obvious ban there.
Yeah, makes sense. We'll see Arctic pick up the Mako here. Captain Cold hovering the Era. Not a character we've seen too much of. We've seen now kind of take over that buffing role, but might see it come out. Could be the Estelle, though, as we see the Kazanin now locked in over for Web Fishing Warlords. It looks like it could just be a Zentaro Estelle pickup here. Go for it. Taking a bit to the side, but they aren't changing.
Maybe they're just grabbing a drink and just letting it go out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm imagining a Zentaro Estelle. Pretty good Zentaro. Not a lot of stuffing potential, but especially if you can get that dash range, a lot of potential to cover the clears, being able to kind of attack the goalie head on, and once the goalie makes that clear, dash up and catch him off guard. And we do see that Aimee lock it in on the side of Web Fishing Warlords.
Spartan going for the eject button. Aimee here. Not a super popular pick on this map, but he can definitely get the job done if you're looking for that more offensive pressure here, which they might need to be able to force it through Arctic. But so far, holding on pretty well. Can get both barriers early on in the game, and Twinkle can respond with one of his own. Interestingly, Nicky Midland and Yu Yu Yoshiki fan are the only people to go for stacks here. Twinkle actually went for the aerial start on Zentaro. Everyone just went for a dash enhancer on that side, which is kind of interesting when there's 4 in the pool.
Yeah, although it is nice on a Zentaro to be able to guarantee you have that dash range that you want, like right off the bat, even though it's not your best. You do kind of have that second benefit of the projectile from the passive getting a little bit more range, but I imagine it's 99% for that dash range.
Yeah, Web Fishing Warlords up 1-0, but now have lost both their barriers here in the second points, and Captain Cold looking to convert with the blink up to the top side. Twinkle holding on to the bottom, but it'll be Captain Cold who forces it into that top corner, even with all 3 members of Web Fishing Warlord on defense there, and Chilisaki, they'll be able to tie it up.
Yeah, and you were kind of talking about that. We don't see that eject button Aimee that often, especially on this map, just because that core can kind of go in 100 different directions just with those drums. As we kind of see there, Arctic kind of doing a miscalculation there, taking their own barrier. But I think what we're going to see here is really a defensive team comp versus an offensive team comp. Web Fishing Warlords with that Aimee in the goal box with the eject button is going to want to be dashing in, want to be helping on that offense as much as possible because they don't have a lot other than their turret there to get it out of those pockets to defend any of those barriers.
Now both sides opened up here. Nicky Midland looking to play for the core flip that they're about to have. And the top side, Yoshiki fan in position in the center, though. It's got a nice secondary pop. We'll be able to force it in. And it'll be set point now for Web Fishing Warlords. They look to be in a pretty good spot. They've got the energy advantage. Got a little bit of a level advantage as well. And they've got almost max stack. Nicky Midland actually not at max pancakes, which is a bit surprising. But this now is running very fast and beating Captain Cold in a lot of these foot races whenever he doesn't have the dash up. And now both barriers down yet again here. for the side of Chili Saki. We'll see if they're able to get some barriers now of their own.
Yeah, and the double stack choice on the side of Web Fishing Warlords on Yoshiki Fan and Nikki really kind of becoming an issue for Arctic, because if you need to get it around a now, especially when trying to go for those barriers, you kind of have, or not a now, a Mako, you kind of have to pass around them. And with the stacks on stack speed, the speed secondary from now secondary, is gonna make that a lot easier. And Nikki and Yoshiki really doing a good job once they kind of get up there to maintain control until they have something they can make happen, some kind of play. And as we kind of see there, being able to get it up there, Yoshiki sends it to the top corner, and Nikki dashes in, doesn't need to, but they're able to secure the goal.
And now, Yoshiki Fan, gonna be the MVP. Now, always a scary character to be at the top of the draft. A couple nice options, the Perfect Form, Manu, Catalyst, all showing up. It will be a Catalyst pickup here for that extra energy. Built Diff, actually picked up by the Estelle over Rapid Fire or Perfect Form. It'll be Perfect Form that falls to Nikki Midland instead. That is a scary thing to have fall to the Kazan. Peak performance here, though, for the Zentaro Rapid Fire on the IME, and Super Surge will go to Arctic. That's a double haste Mako there. But Nikki Midland and Yu Yoshiki Fan literally rocking two of the best awakenings in the game each. It's looking really good for the forwards.
It was just kind of just unfortunate for Twinkle Saki there. The two awakenings they really wanted out of that draft are just two really good awakenings on any character, and so they're left up. Peak performance, not bad. Build up a little speed, but if they can build up some more of that stagger, then just increasing that speed even more, and hopefully being able to cross the field and make some more plays happen.
Now there's another quick point here for Web Fishing Warlords as they continue to look good throughout the series. Nice bounce off the center. Doesn't quite get the double, though. Twinkle Saki looking to recover it and get some barriers. Nice hold from Spartan. Going to have to do it again, though, in the top corner. Twinkle Saki brings down one barrier, has the Oni's Blade. They're looking for more. They have a flip available, and Arctic is up in the midfield. Goes into snare jumps, but they go a bit wide. Now it's Spartan who's going to be able to punish that by blinking up, getting a barrier of his own. Nikki Midland trying to find a second one now. Passing it up to the Now, who's getting quite beat up in this bottom side. Archer goes for the flip. It's blocked by the top spin. That's a barrier gone. Core flip on the line, but it's held through a flurry of abilities from both sides there. And a core flip from Twinkle Saki opens up the other side in return. Web Fishing Warlords, though, in a prime position to score. The core slips away from Nikki Midland just a little bit there. Gets back around to the Zentaro, but Spartan, no problem reconverting that. Oni's Blade in the top side. Dash down to the bottom. Calls out Spartan on the clear to the bottom side. And Twinkle Saki able to tie up the second set.
And that is what Zentaro with a Dash Awakening, guaranteed Dash Awakening can do, is call out those goalies. Yeah, Zentaro's attacking the top side. The obvious thing to do is to clear it down and away from that Zentaro, but with that one Dash Awakening, Twinkle is able to get down there and catch it and send it in before Spartan or really anyone on Web Fishing Warlords could react to it.
Web Fishing Warlords doing a good job now bringing down both barriers here, but going to lose both in return. Captain Cold, Twinkle Saki now look to attack this next. Arctic missing the strike shot, though. Just caused a little bit of trouble here. Spartan blinking up, pass to Yu Yoshiki Fan, Nikki Midland with the crooked leverage, trying to force it in, but just can't quite find it. Twinkle Saki dashing up, goes for the slice and dice. Oni's Blade on the top side, but it's going to get cleared out yet again, and Nikki Midland now working her way up the field, trying to pass it to Yu Yoshiki Fan. Goes to the top side, is no good. Goes to the bottom instead, and that one goes right in. It's that point now for Web Fishing Warlords.
Yeah, and we're just kind of seeing that the defensiveness of Chili Sake, which they've been able to make some amazing defensive plays. I believe it was 2 points ago, they were able to hold off basically a 3-man push on the side of Web Fishing Warlords, and were able to get the barriers down. But the offensive pressure with a Kazan, a Now, and Ami that'll just blink in whenever she feels like it, really, just kind of overwhelming the defense of Chili Sake.
Still keeping the pressure on right now. Nikki Midland's been kind of taking on a bit more of a midfield role here and letting Yu Yoshiki Fan do a lot of the scoring. A double KO coming out! Nikki Midland and Yu Yoshiki Fan getting one apiece. It's just the Zentaro left. has a flip, might be able to buy some time. A nice slice and dice, but a pass from Spartan. It's going to bring it out of reach, and Nikki Midland sinks it right in. The second set going over to Web Fishing Warlords with a crazy finish there, and they are just running away with this one.
Yeah, and just kind of an unfortunate time for that Zentaro pass with the proc when you kind of have to be goalie and have to play on your, like, be spot on with your positioning, but unfortunately things did not line up there. A lot of Sparks. If you're interested in Sparks, have your pick here. Nothing too crazy. I'm seeing Zentaro picking up that Stagger Swagger, helping stay alive and honestly denying Stagger Swagger, but I feel like they're going to need it more defensively.
Yeah, not a lot. Like, all 3 Sparks and Castellas does not leave a lot of options on the draft here. And I think Chilisaki kind of coming out a lot better in that one for sure, with the extra special on the Mako, the Missile Prop, Stagger Swagger. But we'll have to see if Web Fishing Warlords just continue to play better on the day. They do lose a member pretty early on, and both their barriers as well. There's actually Spartan that got KO'd there. So that first point looking a little bit rough, but looking to rally back here in set 3.
Yep, although Nikki also looking a little low, but Twinkle not really getting the Bloodlust, really just trying to, like, play the core, really play that core control Zentaro and move it forward, rather than trying to get that power play going.
Yeah, now the second barrier gone, and both sides opened up, but a weird bounce. Arctic with the clear in the midfield. That was the drum and base. It hit the drum and then hit the center drum and just bounced right in. Spartan's eject button was on the wrong side of the goal, it looked like. So a bit of a lucky one there for Chilisaki to start off. Gives them a little bit of wiggle room to work with in this set, but they're going to have to capitalize on it. And try to stay in this game, because right now they are in reverse sweep mode, and a KO from Yu's Cheeky Fan. Birds the flip to KO Arctic, and that's a goalie power play here for the side of Web Fishing Warlord, saying they're going to return the favor for that first point as they look to bring down these barriers. But it's actually Twinkle Saki who gets the barrier. Chilisaki held on during all of that. Some nice stuff there.
Yeah, great defensive plays with Captain Cold and Twinkle Saki. Just covering the barrier. Luckily, it's a small barrier. If you have 2 characters there, you can usually cover it. And we're able to clear it out and save it long enough for Art to come back and make some incredibly, like, last-second saves there against Nikki.
Yeah, and now battle over this corner right now is both sides looking for an opportunity to make some offense happen. The snare drums from Arctic. Yushi Fan holding on, loses the core just a bit, but a nice glitch pop from Spartan will send it back. Spartan jumping up, drops the Firewall Sentry. Core flip from Arctic. Spartan gets back in time, though. But now it's Captain Cold with the core. The piercing shot goes in, and it's gonna get the KO. Doesn't catch the core, but kills the goalie, and that's enough for it to just bounce right in. Chilisaki now on set point, and an opportunity to actually bring this game back.
And Captain Cold going into this this set point with a flip, seeing if they can get early double barriers, Druses it, but Spartan able to deny it and keep it going. But Nikki taking a lot of damage in kind of a dangerous situation of possibly losing the stacks that they built up so far.
And a nice little save there from Arctic to keep that barrier alive, but still facing a lot of pressure here in that corner. Saki able to dash up, looking for this barrier. Spartan holding it down for the moment. Neither side able to get a big offensive push going here, but looks like Web Fishing Warlord's going to have an opportunity now in this corner. They'll get 1 barrier. The Firewall Sentry comes out. They're looking for 2. Nikki with the crook leverage, but Twinkle Saki wins the strike war and actually able to bring down a barrier in return. Now on the top side, the piercing shot is going to get blocked, and Arctic pushing up, drops the snare drums, traps the now, but just loses the core there and has to fall back. Twinkle Saki, though, looking to take over. Goes to the bottom side. The glitch pop breaks it. Goes for the passive. Core flip from Spartan, but Twinkle Saki with the Oni's blade. Gonna pick up the KO and sink it right in now. Chilisaki take the set 3-0, and they are back in this.
And Zentaro with the death of 1,000 cuts just has so many abilities, so many hits to catch a goalie off guard, and someone like Aimi just doesn't have a lot of stuff potential to get that through. And unfortunately, your back's literally against the wall. You get the KO, and Zentaro gets that in, but we do see a fight or flight pickup on the side of Captain Cold.
Yeah, we looks like we're gonna get Timeless Creator here on Spartan. A nice pickup for Imi. Hot shots on now. Triple speed for Arctic plus extra special is kind of wild there. But finally some side's going to fall over to the Kazan on 1-2 punch on the Zentaro. Twinkle Saki is looking built, and Arctic is going to make him really, really fast here. So, I mean, another really good draft that Chili Saki got that round as well. These later drafts have definitely been favoring them, and so far, making good use of it.
Yeah, Arctic has one plan, is just let your forwards run. Just going all in on those Dash Awakenings. That extra special, like you said, good pickup defensively or offensively if they can push forward. But Web Fishing Warlords doing a phenomenal job keeping that pressure. They're able to get a barrier down, but each team kind of trading a KO. Now we see ourselves in a 2v2 here.
Yeah, weird situation to be in. And Arctic kind of letting the core slip past a little bit there. Both sides opened up as the forwards come back. And Twinkle Saki, another KO onto Spartan. Captain Cole. Actually, it was Arctic with the strike shot who made the goal. But another KO. Twinkle Saki might be living in Spartan's walls just a little bit right now. As constantly, there's been like, I think 3 KOs they've managed to get onto the goalie here, and it's been paying off really big.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more offensive plays coming out of Web Fishing Warlords, but once Chili Saki can make those offensive plays happen, it just kind of forces Spartan to fall so far back to be able to make some of these saves that Twinkle just catches him off guard with one of 1,000 hits that Zentaro has, and able to get those KOs recently.
Spartan burning the core flip kind of early here. Twinkle Saki looking for the push. Does have the Stagger Swagger to heal up. And an open goal to work with. Now going to the top. A Glitch Pot saves it. Oni's Blade sends it back just a bit, but has the passive and be able to recover. Slicing it right through. And now 5 points for Chili Saki unanswered by Web Fishing Warlords, and they're on set point yet again. It's looking like we're going to set 5.
It's starting to look like that. Yeah, that Stagger Swagger pickup on Twinkle Saki just keeping them in the plays a lot longer, not really having to worry about damage. And even if you do get staggered, you can just kind of hold out for a little bit. I mean, you have a Mako and Estelle defensively to kind of buy you that time. So yeah, Twinkle Saki able to make a lot of things happen. And if Arctic and Captain Cole can just get it up to them, then Zentaro is going to be able to make something happen. But we do see Web Fishing Warlords start making something happen, getting both barriers down.
Core flip here from Yoshiki Fan, and a KO coming out onto Captain Cole. That'll open up the way for Web Fishing Warlords to put a point up now. But they got a long way to claw back. 2 more points, and they can end the game, though. But they got to bring it back in this set. No more mistakes. Or this is going to set 5, where I think Chili Saki has a good chance to just take the game.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Chili Saki has been the team that has been scaling the hardest so far. We're seeing a lot of damage come out and a lot of plays coming out, but we do see now a 1v3 in the favor of Web Fishing Warlords, getting the double KO on the goalie and the midfield, and there's only so much a Zentaro can do with a Kazan and a Now just dribbling it in your face.
I mean, literally another one. The second time this game that has happened, where they each pick up a KO, and it's a double like that. And now Web Fishing Warlords on game point here in point 5, where anyone could take this, really. We'll have to see. Nice blink up from Spartan. Gets the first barrier. And they do have a flip to work with. The second one's going to fall pretty easily there as well. And now Spartan just needs to find a good clear angle. Captain Cole blinking up. Oni's Blade from Twinkle Saki picks up one in return. Goes for the flip. The Firewall Sentry out defensively here. Thinking Midland trying to hold on to life. Is very hurt. Will get healed from the Now ultimate. Yoshiki Fan has the flip. He's going to whiff it, but dribbling up the field. The ensnare drums from Arctic got to come out on that one. Spartan blinking up. Nikki Midland trying to force it through, but everyone's on defense. A lot of damage coming, but they're out of abilities, and it's going to get pushed through. Web Fishing Warlords will take the win.
We saw a really good comeback on the side of Chili Saki, but Web Fishing Warlords, kind of like what was happening at the start. They just had a lot of offensive pressure going with the Kazan, the Now, the Imi that could just blink in whenever. And towards the later set, especially that last set there, that, yeah, the offensive pressure was really good, get the barriers down, but that allowed them to pump out so much damage with all their impact abilities to stagger the goalie, stagger the midfield, kind of take him out of the play, or get a double KO we saw a few times. And at that point, again, there's only so much a Zentaro goalie can do when they have to fall back. So a lot of forward pressure on the side of Web Fishing Warlords, and it really paid off at the end there.
Yeah, 196 redirects on Nikki Midland, 64 shots, an 8-goal participation, 9 from Yu Yoshiki fan. Forward pressure was real from Web Fishing Warlords, and I mean, Chilisaki, you gotta give it to them. They had the opportunity there. They almost brought it back. They got some good drafts, but ultimately, Web Fishing Warlords just too powerful and on the ball today. But yeah, that's our round 3 matchup going over Web Fishing Warlords, who are now 2-1, and Chilisaki gonna be taking, looks like, their first loss of the night. So pretty competitive over in Pool 2, but with that, we're throwing it to a bit of a break while we wait for these games to finish up, and we're back with round 4 shortly.
We'll see you in a little bit.
All right, and welcome back to our round 4 matchup. We've got Price Choppers versus Chikara Eclipse coming up right now on Night Markets. Gonna be a good one. Price Choppers currently at 2-1, and Chikara Eclipse an undefeated 3-0. They've only dropped one set all night, it looks like, so they're looking like the team to beat over here in Pool 2. Mirando, well, you know what? They actually haven't queued up yet, so we don't actually know anything. But how are you feeling about this matchup, at least?
I'm kind of feeling... So I know at least two of these players. I know the goalie on both sides. I know Arlong, I know Itormi. I've gone against him in OSAS. I've gone against him in norms and comps. Two very solid goalies. Know how to find those clears, know how to lock it down. So I imagine we're going to see a lot of like battling for that forward pressure. And I think just knowing how these two goalies play is going to come down to the forwards keeping control of that core until they can both make a forward push and kind of basically checkmate the goalie and just kind of force it through. But it looks like we might be ready now. Yep, looks like we're loading into a night market, and I believe a chrono boost and built diff start. Kind of interesting to see what bands come out on this. I guess, any thoughts? We do see Hover Octavia, but I can't imagine that's getting through with a chrono start.
I think it'd be scary if it did. I don't know. We'll see if Eclipse is nowheres, but they are hovering the Kai here as well, so something else that could be really good and debatably better in the midfield than Octavia. Some would say on a speed start, but no ban actually coming out from Eclipse for one reason or another. But Victory Bacon will in fact get the Octavia. It looks like Arlong going to be hovering that Kai goalie still as well. So this could be a very fast a team for Price Choppers if this does manage to go through.
Yeah, and you said that Kai typically better in the midfield. It may also be a deny on Itormi. I know Itormi is has a very good Kai goalie, but I do know they also play a lot of lock it down goalies as well. Like especially they're very comfortable on the Mako, so maybe that's what they were going for. But we do see Arlong switching to Dubu and Overgrown Lemon as Sawyer Fan picking up the Rasmus, and guessing that is an Itormi Mako we see on the side of Chikara Eclipse.
Yeah, it is in fact that Zonseki going to be piloting the Kai this go around. Cragley, the only one with the built diff over on Eclipse, and Arlong and Sawyer Fan is Overgrown Lemon, both going for the size here. Just Victory Bacon on the speed. So a matchup of the midfielders, though, for sure. It's going to be Zonseki versus Victory Bacon, I think, will be the story of this game, though you do also have kind of that double midfield comp from Eclipse that they're going to be working with. But so far, Victory Bacon just running right through everyone, getting both barriers and the goal. A very quick level 2 earned there, and Overgrown Lemon be credited with the first point.
Yeah, Victory Bacon. Octavia with the chrono boost start. Once she pops that secondary, you kind of have to play keep away and keep her from building up that speed. But Victory Bacon able to hit that level 2, get that Octavia ult going, and once that base starts pounding between Victory Bacon and Overgrown Lemon, there wasn't much of a way for Chikara Eclipse to get it out of there for that first point.
Yeah, a little bit more tame on this go around. They're getting some damage on Victory Bacon and limiting this Octavia's real field position here. But still looking for the KO, can't quite find it. Leaves Arlong a little bit alone there. And they managed to pick up the barriers instead, which is pretty nice. Core flips getting traded here, Itormi, and finally they're able to pick up the KO onto Victory Bacon, and now pressure coming out from Eclipse. They're going to pass it down to Zonseki here, back to Cragley, goes for the flip, but it doesn't quite find it. However, another KO comes out from the Kai, and it's just Arlong for the moment. Victory Bacon responding just in time, goes for the base drop and blocks Zonseki's flip. A pass up to Cragley now. They're still looking for this point. Core flip from Arlong, avoids the cyber swipe, and Sawyer Fan back online. Will pick up the barrier off a respawn. Overgrown Lemon cooking and sinks it right in. Respawns and does it all. And Price Choppers are on set points.
And that's one reason, like I said, I gone against Arlong and Itormi quite a bit. Arlong is such a good goalie. It's they never panic. It's so hard to get in Arlong's head. They were in a 2v1 or a 3v1 situation for how long? So we see kind of an unfortunate Dubu jail, Dubu jailing themselves. But Arlong holding that flip, not even using it to try to catch Zanseki's flip at like right within your goal box, able to just win that strike war, and then using that flip only when they absolutely have to. Arlong is just so good with that patience and finding those clears.
And a quick set one there for the Price Choppers. Victory Bacon going to be the MVP. Big pickups, rapid fire, twin drive, perfect form, catalyst, all showing up. Looks like it's going to be the twin drive though for the Octavia. A solid item, of course, as always. Rapid fire prime time does pose a few problems. It'll be rapid fire over to the Kai. Prime time here on the Makos. Looks like Overgrown Lemon gonna wait on the pick. We'll go for the perfect form instead, and catalyst on the Dubu. Timeless Creator making its way all the way down to Cragley here. A very loaded draft, indeed. Everyone got something really good there. So, yeah, no clear winner out of that, but everyone is eating happy.
Yeah, although we do see perfect form catalyst on the side of Price Choppers, two just really good awakenings on everyone, but a Chrono Boost Octavia twin drive is going to be a dangerous thing. Even if you do play keep away, she's just going to have that secondary right back up, like we see Victory Bacon pop a second time in this power play here.
Yeah, doing a good job keeping it up. Gilly's going to miss the strike right there, though, and that will reset the cooldown, but Cragley picking up that second barrier here. Cyber Swipe to the top. It's going to be a nice shot. And that'll be Chikara Eclipse putting a point up now for the first time this game here in set 2. And as long as you can keep the core away from Victory Bacon, evade the hits, and let that speed run out, looks like you have some kind of a game plan to work with.
Yeah, although we are seeing a lot of energy getting built up on both sides. Cragley getting core flip and almost immediately using it to try to get that barrier, but now no evade to kind of survive as they are staggered and kind of at the mercy of Chikara Eclipse.
And nice KO here from Overgrown Lemon. Victory Bacon now popping the second flow state of the point core flip from Etormi to get it out of there, but Arlong doing a nice job getting it back to the Octavia before the timer runs out. Just building up that speed with every hit right now if they're keeping in the corner. Chikara Eclipse having a little bit of trouble clearing it out of here. Lemon with the flips, going to be able to bring down that second barrier. Base drop coming in, doesn't find much, but has a second speed boost, and a weird little bounce there. Actually, it wasn't even a bounce. That was literally just a strike from Victory Bacon. It's just good shot placement. That confused me into the bottom corner, and that'll tie it up.
Yeah, just like a nice, like, pinpoint kind of shot. Just a nice little redirect, kind of throwing Etormi not through a loop, but just kind of like a little bit off guard that they weren't able to get in position quick enough to get the clear. But we do see a barrier going down on both sides.
Yeah, and Cragley and Zansecky working to get as much as they can before Victory Bacon pops flow state, but they'll be coming up right here. A nice barrage from Zansecky to actually slow him down before he can reach the core. Buys quite a bit of time and forces Arlong to use the core flip in defense of the barrier. Pumping out the damage now onto the Octavia. The Firewall Sentry comes out in two flips for Chikara Eclipse to work with. Victory Bacon burns his first, gets it Overgrown Lemon. It is blocked away. A flip burnt by Zansecky on defense, and the barrier will stand. Core flip from Cragley here. Doesn't get much, but does get the soup cooldown. Now Overgrown Lemon working for this barrier. Will be able to pick it up. And that's an open goal here. A lot of damage onto this Kai. Arlong almost with the KO, but not quite. Gets back to Overgrown Lemon now. Etormi on the defense, playing into the corner. Base drop comes through. Zansecky able to survive, but Victory Bacon moving fast with the flow state. Looking for the pass. Zansecky cuts it off, but Victory Bacon rotates to the bottom side. His air jumps in the way, though, and Lemon is trapped. Cragley brings out the turret, but Arlong is dribbling it nice and gets it back over to Overgrown Lemon. Corfa from Etormi is forced out, and that's going to be a KO onto the goalie. Overgrown Lemon is able to find it and just sink it right in as Zansecky can't quite make it back in time. Price Choppers on set points.
Yeah, and Etormi just kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, using all their abilities, using their evades to get out of getting hit stun so they can make those clears. Left them without any evades that once they did get staggered, that Overgrown Lemon was able to find a KO, and Zansecky just was not able to get back quick enough, even with a Chrono Boost Kai, to make the save. But we do see Victory Bacon kind of I wouldn't even call it defensive, but really just flipping to get some pressure going and getting it out of that midfield.
A nice roll into flip here from Arlong, gets it back to the forwards as they're looking for something to work with right now, but Cragley looking to return the favor. Nice clear yet again, gets it back to Overgrown Lemony. Tormy with the Strike War. It's going to be back to Zonseki. So far, just around and around, goes for the barrage. A nice roll yet again is going to shut that play down. Ace Drop doesn't find much. The Soup doesn't find much. Besides just fighting for a bit of control right now. Core Flip from Lemon's going to get blocked by the jump and base from the Tormy, though. And both sides locked into these one barriers right now, heading into overtime. No one can really find much of anything, it looks like.
Yeah, and so far up to this point, Chikara Eclipse has done a good job of keeping Victory Bacon out of the action long enough for that they weren't able to get their secondary build-up all that much. But now we do see Victory Bacon taking some damage, but getting really fast in the meantime. But it does run out, and now Victory Bacon kind of... Do they build up the flip, or do they use the elusive to stay alive?
And Arlong having to burn the flip right there. Looks like Victory Bacon will heal up. A glitch spot from Cragley sends it right back at Arlong off of the clear, and Chikara Eclipse tying it up now on set point, and an opportunity to start starving Victory Bacon of some of these awakenings and get some control back in this game.
Yeah, Price Choppers up until that last point, it seemed like just able to put so much pressure up into Tormy's face, even as a Mako. Mako having 32 strikes, isn't able to deal with the amount of pressure that Price Choppers has been able to place on them. But Chikara Eclipse seems like they're getting their rhythm back, able to get some pressure going in the other way. But it is that Chrono Boost Twin Drive Octavia that they just can't seem to get around her.
Yeah, definitely it feels that way now as Victory Bacon utilizing the speed well, but it's Zonseki who brings down the barrier here. And the big push coming out. The Soup getting burnt as well. No cooldowns left for Arlong. Cragley able to win the 50 and bring it to the bottom side. And that's Chikara Eclipse now. They're going to take a set of their own, 3-2. Cragley will be the MVP here. And looking to get something good. 3 Sparks and Egoists will show up. Wow.
I think we had 3 Sparks in a single draft. I think last game as well. Yeah. So what are the odds? I'm sure someone will tell me. But yeah, we do see Egos. We do see the Hot Shot, Nice Edge, and an Unstop might come into play.
We got Cragley. Interesting pick going for the explosive here. It does deny it from the Octavia, right? But Arlong has Ego Kata now on the Dubu. And might just be running up quite a bit. And Victory Bacon got a Spark of Resilience, which, you know, one Spark on its own is not a lot, but he's been taking quite a bit of damage, and that's going to help him survive here. So, I don't know. That looked like it might have been a tough draft here. Zonseki did get the Knife's Edge for some more speed, but yeah, that Ego Kato Dubu might turn out to be a problem later on. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the issue you come in. Do you give more speed to Octavia or the egoist speed to Arlong, as they Arlong able to get that core flip build up, and now Dubu just be zooming and there's no way for them to get around as Arlong clears it out and allows Overgrown Lemon and Victory Bacon to 2v1 a Tormy in that goal box.
First point here for Prize Choppers, and Arlong has a bit of speed now to work with and be a little bit more liberal with that core flip here, and actually just gonna just burn it right here as gets so much energy back and just from hitting things and getting hit by the barrages and the Giga Blast. Is gonna be a bit of an energy machine every time those forwards walk up. But speaking of energy, coming online for pretty much all the forwards in the game. Core flip's getting traded there, but Victory Bacons will bring down the barrier. And now with the flow state up, passes it to Overgrown Lemon, a Whiplash to secure the goal. And that's Price Choppers now on set point 2-0.
Yeah, and the power of that Egoist Catalyst. We saw Arlong use flip early on in that last point, and without really doing anything once they cleared it out, already up to half energy, and now they're already up to 2/3, getting that much closer to a flip. But Zonseki resetting that core flip and gets the goal in. Wonderful Giga Blast.
a Giga, the Giga Goat. Zonseki sinks it right in. Yeah, that resets some of the energy, and obviously he's going to get the point there. So, big breath of wind, big breath of fresh air for Chikara Eclipse. As they got to bring this set back under control now. There's still two Speed Awakenings left in the draft, not to mention Castellast. So, like, they are not out of the woods in terms of dealing with this Octavia yet. And they're about to have a flip up here as well. Cragley has the turret, but it's not enough. It gets back to Overgrown Lemon. The Whiplash, though, it's a bad angle. Gets back to Zonseki, who brings down the barrier with Barrage. And now core flip from Victory Bacon gets shut down in the midfield. Cragley passed down to Zonseki. Doesn't even need to hit it. It's just going to go right in. A nice little shot there. And Chikara Eclipse tied up at that point.
Yeah, and it kind of seems like it's Chikara Eclipse's win con at this point almost, is basically get Arlong into that 2v1 with Zonseki and Cragley, just using that speed, using those blinks to apply that forward pressure. And we do see a quick double barrier going down on the side of Price Choppers. Really looking in the favors of Chikara Eclipse this set here.
Looking nice. Arlong with the flip, send it right back to Cragley, who just blocked it. And now the turret coming out. Zonseki with the flip on the goal line. Nothing Arlong can do about that. And it's just going to go right in. Chikara Eclipse now up 2-1 in sets. And Zonseki going to be the MVP here. We'll have to see what the draft holds. There's the cast to last. But also Stagger Swagger is available, so we'll have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, not a good deny. I think you kind of have to deny that cast last, but
yeah,
Octavia picks up that Stagger Swagger. Going to be a lot hard to get that stagger down, and even if you do, she's just going to be that much faster.
Extra special for Cragley with the Timeless Creator. Building into that turret is definitely going to make things hard. Team player pickup for the Dubu, demo for Roan Lemon, and Missile Prop going over the Mako. Get some of that longer projectiles. Already has strike shots, so that's just building into that. But yeah, Cragley is honestly, the build is looking pretty scary. And so far they've been dealing with Victory Bacon pretty well. So Chikara Eclipse, every opportunity I think now to seal this game out if they just get this one more set.
Yeah, and I think their game plan has to stay the same. It's like clear the core out of the side of Chikara Eclipse as quick as possible, and then immediately transition to an offensive push so you can get that 2v1 attack going against Arlong before Victory Bacon, before Overgrown Lemon has a chance to fall back and help him out in any way.
Yeah, and the turret now on the goal line. Arlong goes for the flip, but that is pretty much unwinnable with the Ensnare Drums and the turret and Zonseki. So that's just going to be a point over for Eclipse pretty solidly. And well, now Price Choppers, they're the ones playing on the back foot right now, trying to figure out a way to bring this one back out. Do you have any idea like what the win con is? Because right now it looks like this double midfield is just kind of rolling through them. They don't even care about this Octavia.
Well, part of the win con is staying alive as we see Victory Bacon getting KO'd there. I don't know. They were doing so well in the early sets with that Octavia speed and Arlong being able to hold it down. I almost think Victory Bacon needs to start playing more of a defensive midfield, which is kind of in contrast to what they've been doing, because Zonseki Cragley is just catching Arlong in these 2v1 situations and not giving Arlong really any way to clear out and able to find openings and sink it in.
And now 1 point away from victory. Chikara Eclipse trying to take the dub here and remain undefeated. Cragley up in Arlong's face will bring down the second barrier. Blink back for it. Retrieve the core. Victory Bacon speeding up, but on the defense here, Zonseki is making life hard because he can also move quite fast. The soup coming out. We'll get it back to Overgrown Lemon here, but no barrier just yet. Cragley falling back with Firewall Sentry, has the extra special to be able to defend your core flip from Victory Bacon. Still can't get that second barrier, and Overgrown Lemon is staggered now. Core flip's got to be burnt from Arlong, but sends it to Zonseki, who wins the strike war. Just sink it right in, and that's the game. Chikara Eclipse will take the win in round 4.
Yeah, it looked very scary for Chikara Eclipse the first set, and even the second set, this first set that Chikara Eclipse did win. It seemed scary. They really had to fight for it, but after that, the Kragley and Zonseki were able to just build into so much area of influence. The Imi getting more dash range, the extra special, the timeless creator for those turrets just to last longer, be bigger, make it harder to clear through. And then Zonseki just building up that much speed. The inf- the influence that Chikari Eclipse had on the map was just so much bigger and so much more impactful than what Price Shoppers could build into. It seemed like they were almost trying to build entirely into get it to the Octavia, get that speed going, and then let Victory Bacon and Overgrown Lemon uh, make an attack. But Chikara Eclipse just, once they got scaled, able to control more of the field.
Yeah, good performance by Eclipse, good handling of the Octavia, and yeah, I mean, their double midfield comp paid off quite well. Really put Arlong in a lot of really tough situations. The turret build on Imi is very difficult to deal with. I think especially as a melee goalie who is just trying to win wars against getting stuff, but that thing has so many hits that can't really just beat it outright like that. And well, with that, that's round 4 concluded. 1 round remaining in the group stage right now. Chikara Eclipse on top of group 2 with, looks like Web Fishing Warlords not far behind, only dropping 1 game. Pool 1, meanwhile, it's Get Her Done, who are the undefeated team. Still in their game against Bombs Away, it looks like, but we'll have more of that coming up in just a bit. We're going to throw it to a bit of a break, and when we come back, it'll be the final round of tonight's group stage.
Hello everyone and welcome back to ISS. We're in the finale, we're in the final game of group stage, and Price Choppers versus Web Fishing Warlords has arrived. Both teams really would like a win here, because a win would guarantee Web Fishing Warlords and a win would keep Price Choppers alive. But if either of these teams lose, they might be on the chopping block.
I'm presuming that pun was intended. Hello, how y'all doing? This is going to be very exciting, and I do not expect either team to be, like you said, I'm expecting this to be kind of a slobber knocker.
Yeah, Awakening Start has already been determined. You've seen in the lobby, it's Adrenaline Rush Catalyst. So, speaking of messy games, this will absolutely be one. It's Gates of Obscura with those Awakenings. What do you expect?
I am expecting I would say like a very special heavy game. I would say even if they aren't really of that mind, with those Awakenings, I would personally consider shifting to a KO comp.
There's two real options here, right? You can go full KO mode, or you can just try and abuse the Catalyst as much as possible. They're very different paths you can go. I think most people would choose the Catalyst safe option, but if someone locks in triple damage and goes crazy, that would definitely be a sight to see.
Yeah, and I don't think it's. Here's the thing. I don't actually think it's unlikely, just because of who we've got like for Price Choppers. We know what kind of like characters they tend to enjoy, and I feel like the majority of them can pivot to like a KO comp if necessary.
Yeah, and I would also say that for the Web Fishing Warlords as well, a pretty flexible roster, so I would not be surprised if they got a lot of damage done. So we'll just have to wait to see if they get in here, they get into game and start blowing each other up. It's definitely something that we'll be able to see in just a second. As they're ready, they're going to load into game. And P-Flare, do you think a Luna's coming out?
I hope so. I really hope so. I don't think one is going to show up, but I hope so.
Well, trying to load into game now. Catalyst Adrenaline Rush on Gates of Obscura. A bit of a crazy game to end off the group stage. Both these teams really needing a win at the end of it, as there's one team that has guaranteed their placement in the top spots here. Jakarta Eclipse is already qualified through the group stage. They're currently 4-0 in Pool 2, and in Pool 1, it's still up in the air a little bit, because Get Her Done is 3-0, but it's pretty hotly contested with a bunch of 2-1 teams. And
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
Are we loading? What's going on?
That is a question.
Are you
Yeah.
tapped in?
Yeah, I was waiting. It's just nothing happening.
Yeah, it usually just happens because someone's not tabbed in, but huh.
I like hearing the music, so yeah, I try to make sure I'm tapped in. We got it?
Okay, this time for sure. This time for sure it will load and we'll get into game. Right?
There we go.
There we go. The transition's happening. We're on the loading screen. And we are gonna get right to it. Price Choppers, Web Fishing. Okay, well, it's okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Speaking of goalie picks on Gates of Obscura, what are we gonna expect on this particular map?
Honestly, with how the portal shenanigans tend to end up, I could see a Dubu happening, just because they're going to need kind of that coverage. Gates of Obscura, if you take into account the portal shenanigans and just the overall size of it, it's a very wide open map. There's just a lot of times where the core is more or less going on like a straight shot, and if you can kind of take stock of where the portals are, then you can sort of predict how the core is coming out, but you're still going to need like a lot of range to deal with it, because that core is often coming out at very high speeds. So I do think Dubu would be the shot here for Price Choppers. For Web Fishing Warlords, I could actually see a Kazan, maybe. I think Kazan has a mobility to be decent goalie, but oh, wow, we get Luna.
That's Web Fishing Warlords have a bit of a wild comp, actually. If that's a Luna goalie, a Kai goalie, it is a Kai goalie. Okay, a Kai, not a character that you see too often on Gates of Obscura, because it is pretty hard to defend that shape of barrier with this pick. But Aoiwa is pretty capable on it, and we're seeing a little bit of adrenaline rush on the Drakkar and the Juliet. They really want to knock back KOs, and the question is, will Brickbat be able to survive? Because you best believe that Luna is going to be a target.
Oh yeah, for sure. With basically just how much damage Luna can deal out, especially because like you said, Catalyst start. Yeah, she's going to probably be high pry. So they've got to find a way to basically dance around that issue, kind of like that. Make sure to know when they're going to use those boosts.
The barriers are already open though. The Kai pick again, pretty difficult to pilot on Gates of Obscura, but Ayla Lyra pushing forward, the Crater in position, but it's the Brawler being taken out already. The body block on the Barrage, just enough for the play to happen with the Adrenaline Rush, and that's the Price Choppers win condition. Get 1 KO and get absolutely everything.
Yeah, and they got the comp to do it, kind of like we were saying. Like, that Julie is no joke. Julie is always scary to see.
The beta combo, the forbidden combo from Victory Bacon. Shotgun with shotgun. It's not real. It's not real in this version of the game, but back in the old days, that was a better combo than Dash Punch. And I think Miniwin shouldn't have died to that, but, well, I think Price Choppers will take that one.
I mean, yeah, you take them how you get them, really, and with that kind of came out of nowhere. I was not expecting it.
Really creative flip angle from Brickbat, converting into a quick goal with Nikki, despite the quick KO from the start. But Fishing Warlords, if they can hold on, I think they have the capability to take this one. But holding on is going to be a bit of an obstacle here.
Yeah, it is, but that's kind of like the one of the core parts of any good strikers team, you know, having a good mental, being able to kind of mentally say, okay, we're on the back foot, we need to do this, that, and the other to get on the front foot. We need to make sure that, you know, we're not losing sight of our game plan and that we are ready to execute. So that's what we need to see from them, that's all.
Oh, and Nikki Middleton, undeterred by the earlier KOs, continuing to push forward in the corner despite taking damage. A barrier traded on the other side by Victory Bacon and Overgrown Lemon. Sawyer Fan, Brickbat, what a dash! What a strike pass, self-pass to the top side to find the goal.
That was insane, and that is also why I love Luna, because you kind of, you know it's in the back of your head to expect a Luna boost dash, but you never really expect it, and so Luna just comes out of nowhere.
Oh, but this time it's the Juliet that keeps possession. A flip through, a flame flurry to keep the core held in place, and it's a bit of an own goal with the Crater, unfortunately, as we're ready on a 0.5.
Two all very quick, so I'm wondering if the whole game is going to be like this one.
Definitely could be, especially with Nikki Middleton having flip. Again, it's a Catalyst game. So much energy on the board. All three members of Web Fishing Warlords with flips available, but Brickbat sends it right into the pumpkins. All flips burn to try and find some defense, and Brickbat forces out a flip from Marlong. Good defense by Ilalira to not lose either of the barriers. And a KO sniped off by Brickbat. Big opportunity for the Web Fishing Warlords here.
Yep, and nice Crater Maker to keep things forward. Punch gets the 3-on-1 and easy done. Set for Web Fishing Warlords. Luna MVP. Now let's see how these awakenings shake out.
Nothing catastrophically amazing for Web Fishing Warlords to the point where price shoppers want to throw in the towel, but there are plenty of very solid awakenings, right? Fight or Flight is probably chief among them, giving that Luna a lot more mobility in terms of walking around.
Yeah, I'm expecting. There we go. The Super Surge for Julie. I was actually expecting Timeless Creator for Dubu, but I can definitely see team player. I mean, goalie. You know.
Yeah, really trying to push the core forward fast enough, consistently enough to try and find goals, especially in the power plays, right? The core speed's going to help out if they get Adrenaline Rush proc, really move. And Nikki Middleton greeting once again, but not punished this time, surviving the shotgun, ult and shotgun, and a weird bounce with the Tofu Fortress. A lot of damage being dealt, but Web Fishing Warlords, 2 barriers already taken.
Yeah, and they're kind of I don't mean to pat myself on the back, but it does seem like they're kind of holding on to the ideas that I was saying earlier about them just having good mental and being unafraid to, take damage, go forward, and then just push their game plan no matter how much damage they take. Because it doesn't matter how much damage you take if you score.
Oh yeah, Brickbat going in for another boost, finding the goal and maintaining a lot of meter here as well. The flips going to be built up for both Brickbat and Ilalira pretty soon. A flip already available for the Luna, dancing around the field, but it's completely whiffed. And unfortunately, that might be an opportunity, but I would have said that if both the Julie and the Drakkar were healthy, both already brought pretty low and forced to retreat, and the Web Fishing Warlords once again chilling in the midfield.
Yeah, it's again that threat of just so much damage coming out in a very small amount of time that kind of makes you have to think twice about it, and that's how they can kind of keep this offense going.
Yeah, at first it kind of felt like the damage was on the price chopper side, but Web Fishing Warlords are the ones who have built up enough for it to be scary now as Nikki Middleton continues to pour in so many strikes from the top side, finding both barriers and Victory Bacon in a lot of trouble. No elusive available. Flipped away. A strike war win from Nikki Middleton in the midfield. Dash through from Brickbat, but can't quite get the redirect off of it. And now the game slows down a little bit as Sawyer Fan approaches. Can't find it. Overgrown Lemon looking for a little bit more as Arlong now, the team player, needs to be activated, but misses the strike, and Nikki will take that. A shot to the bottom side.
A lot of excellent passing, a lot of good defense, but have you noticed how they've been unafraid to kind of 3-man push up there? That's showing a lot of faith in basically everyone's relative skill set. They're showing a lot of faith in saying like, no, we know we can push this. We know we can score if we go on this offense.
Yeah, Illa's committing a lot to the offense, and of course the barrier is left open when that happens, but positioning to trust Brickbat like you're mentioning. This time though, she kind of messes up a bit of a strike war, and Victory Bacon capitalizes. 2 barriers alive for Price Choppers, and none on the side of Web Fishing Warlords. Nikki Minowan brought low. If a KO is found, that's Adrenaline Rush proc for Victory Bacon. Moving rapidly up the field, a flip burned, a flip wasted. Another flip wasted by Ayla Lyra, but the defense is still there as Brickbat flips away the core and continues to put pressure in the bottom side. Great play by Brickbat to kill the power play.
That was incredible. That was incredible heads-up thinking. And now it's Warlords with the power play, and they're getting the barriers. That was an incredible hold, and just an incredible reversal of fortune. Good stuff to Web Fishing Warlords. They take the set off that.
The efficiency on that was ridiculous. You're right. Like, they took the barrier so fast, they took the set so fast, and now this might be a little bit too much to overcome, because there's Deadeye, there's Egoist for the Catalyst Egoist, and I think Brickbat made a bit of a mistake there, actually. I think Deadeye would have been more valuable in this game state, and also passing down other Awakenings. Maybe it's to deny the Julie, but they don't even deny the 1-2 from the Julie with the Kai slot. They take Cast instead, so Web Fishing Warlords, a bit of a misdraft, I think, and Price Choppers might have a way back in the game.
Yeah, because like here's the thing, kind of like you said, at first I could see the Egoist thing. At first I could see the Egoist pick, because I was like, oh, maybe they're gonna like put it on Alara, maybe you know, give the Kai the Egoist and have them run that. And like I said, then they kind of like took Castellast, and it just all kind of went. I'm not sure what the ideal was, but hey, it's a bold play, Cotton. Maybe it'll work out for him.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty straightforward type of decision, because Brickbat will get the Catalyst Ghost right and just be able to run around the field and score. So if they could do that, they could close out this game 3-0 in a handshake, and that's what they're looking to do, as Nikki Middleton scores the first of potentially 3 goals to close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if it works, it works. And at the end of the day, it does seem to be working. So yeah, it's going to be on Price Choppers to kind of figure out how to respond and how to like basically keep this 3-and-out from happening. So they're going to have to play like a lot of careful defense, I think, for this.
Yeah, I think Gates Obscura also doing a lot for Web Fishing Warlords. They seem a lot more familiar with the map, and look at the damage pressure coming in. They have plenty of damage. They didn't need Deadeye, is what the reality might have been here. But Brickbat brought pretty low. If Sawyer Fan can find a KO, that would be huge here, but just abandons it, overcommits, I feel like, and just realizes, no, I can't be overcommitting to this. But wait, a strike? Oh, but barely missing the barrier. That could have been the opening that Price Choppers needed, but now it's all Web Fishing Warlords on the offense.
Wow, that was like a flip rocket combo, and that core just went like at yes speeds per hour. So now we're on match point. And yeah, like you said, Web Fishing Warlords very, very dedicated, and they might get that 3-and-out that they want.
It's looking like it. That rocket flip from Brickbat was brilliant to the top side. No hesitation. Finding a goal before the Tofu Fortress could even come out. And with the X Maximus, with the rebounds from Brickbat, with the flip available, it's looking all over. It's saved for the moment, but a portal play cleared away by Arlong, trying to save the day, but with flip available, needs to be so careful here. Nikki Minowan wins the mind game, and Web Fishing Warlords will advance to 4-1 and make it out of groups.
That was quick, but that was, in my opinion, an incredible display of like psychological superiority in this case. Like, Web Fishing Warlords kind of knew the game plan. They went a little bit unorthodox, but they knew enough about that unorthodoxy to just kind of catch Price Choppers like sleeping a little bit, and at times, and just they basically out-thought them, out-mind-gamed them, out-psyched them.
Yeah, and this is a weird comp, right? You wouldn't expect Kai goalie and Luna midfield on Gates. like that is not normally. Actually, Luna has been picked a few times, but forget about that, okay? Like it's not too normal. And they look so comfortable on it. They look so good on it. And Price Choppers also came into the game with a game plan, but Web Fishing Warlords just looked to cut above.
Yeah, for sure. It was just, like I said, it was just very surprising. And honestly, if it's surprising for us, then it might have been surprising, like we were saying, like for Price Choppers as well. And they were just, who knows, maybe they were just as confused as we were. And that's what got Web Fishing Warlords to win.
Well, on that note, the second group, Pool 2, has pretty much wrapped up. But we're still waiting on Pool 1, so it's going to be a bit of a lengthy break. If you go anywhere, I won't blame you too much, but please don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a while. Yeah, we'll see you soon. Goodbye.
Peace.
After the longest break in Omega Strikers tournament history, we are back with a best of 3 between For Flip's Sake and the Web Fishing Warlords. What have you been up to, P-Flare?
Me? I had taquitos.
Oh, what kind?
Just the usual, like the crispy sorts. I just put like a bunch of different sauces on them, and I just clogged my arteries that way.
Right? Well, speaking of clogged arteries, this is going to be a bit of a treat, this game. That was so forced. My bad.
I know.
Well, you take over. That was...
Sorry, holy crap.
I'm
Okay. But no, for real though. We have, for Flip's Sake, Web Fishing Warlords going head to head. This is going to be a bit of a slog. This is going to be a best of 3, I believe it is.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so they're going to have to stay in it for the long haul. I've seen a lot of like these best of 3s that just, it seems like one team has it in the bag, and then just the mental wears at you, the physical wears at you, and next thing you know, it's all about who can last the longest, really.
Speaking of having to last long, first map, Oni Village. That's definitely going to be a test of patience.
Yeah, but what is also going to test patience, I believe, is the starting awakenings. We have Hot Shot 1-2 Punch from the looks of it, or it might just be my screen glitching out.
It is Hot Shot 1-2 Punch, and it does that.
Okay.
It happens. Omega Strikers, all good. Hot Shot and 1-2 Punch, very scary awakening start because of the core speed, right? Both of them are insane core speed awakenings, undeniable now, and of course, understandably, Juno is probably gonna instantly disappear from this game.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. We are not seeing. There's no way we are seeing Juno this game. If we do, I would be phenomenally surprised.
Yeah, and both these teams, not first place out of their groups, but making it out in quite a respectable fashion. As we load into game, that rune pick might be a big threat. AJ has piloted the rune in the past 2 victories, and I think this one could be a same outcome if that rune is allowed through.
I agree with that, but I will be honest, what I am looking at in particular is Sylvia on the Aimi. Simply because of from what I recall of Sylvia, they have like very good angles, very good, like, knows how to pick her spot. So that's one of the things that I'm kind of like expecting to happen. I'm expecting Aimi to just kind of like show up out of nowhere, as she often does, but even more so in this particular case, and just start scoring like from the backfield, even as a goalie.
No surprise in some of the other picks, Kazan and Rasmus, premium brawlers on this map. They're both very core controlly, and of course Estelle, a very, very solid long-range sniper, as Brickbat is probably going to pick up that hot shot. Heading into the first game of this best of 3, it's in the loser's bracket, so it's do or die.
You're right. Yep, it is all on the line, so let's see how it shakes out. First of all, I'm expecting a lot of immediate aggression just to see where everybody lies.
Whoa! Immediate KO. Goalie going down. That was a rune pillar that got the kill. What a setup for Flip's sake.
That was not quite the first KO I was expecting, but it certainly, I think, is going to be the one that kind of tells the tale of how this whole game is going to go. Like, if he's going to be willing to try and like push that and catch those kinds of angles, then yeah, that's going to be happening a lot right there.
Yep, good conversion by Adrian here, as AJ responsible for a lot of that point, taking out Ayla Lyra very, very quickly. And the battle is going to be one in the midfield like all Oni games, but if that rune could add some X factor, or whether it's the edge KOs or whatever, as the core goes around the world, Ayla Lyra gets back in time to make sure both barriers don't get down. The aggression was well attempted, but once again, for Flip's sake, are capitalizing.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, a very early aggressive start to things, and we're seeing like kind of like you mentioned, a lot of good placement with those pillars, just causing surprising barriers. But if they can get around them like Nikki just did, then that's kind of like the win con if they're going to be relying on AJ a lot like that.
Yep, and taking a look at the energy a little bit, right? Energy pretty high on pretty much everyone. Flips are going to start coming on the board, and that's something to watch when it's a hot shot start. If you hit that core with an ability after the flip, it's going to go rocketing across the map even faster than usual. A great snipe by Brickbat. Sylvia wasn't ready for that one, and Brickbat and Nikki, the crossfire, perfect to take that goal. The coordination from the Web Fishing Warlords is so good.
Yeah, very, very nice 1-2 pass, and like sometimes it's the basics that get it done.
Yep, we see the basics there, and we see some more basics here. Mixing up Sylvia, forcing the error, the backwards glitch pop, and with 2 barriers now gone, the goal wide open, the Web Fishing Warlords have a chance to take this one in 3-1, but it's going to be difficult to get past the Aimi turret. Oh, AJ went for the banish, but hit the core as well, so couldn't quite get it through.
Nope, and they are still just barely alive, but they're trying to end this really now. Nikki just barely mixed it, and just very nice flip, very nice shot. They couldn't get to it, and that's 3-1.
And Lyra walking all the way to the enemy goal box to get that done, using the speed to its full potential. Brickbat with the first pick now, and plenty of Great Awakenings on the board. Could go for a little bit more reach, or could go for more cooldowns. A lot of good choices here.
Yeah, the ego is being picked up. I'm not too surprised. I'm definitely looking at, like, you see, like, the monumentalist. There's nothing really, like, super special here that's going to be that I'm too surprised at. You got the Ares, Super Surge, Knife's Edge. I was kind of thinking Twin Drive would actually go to Atlas.
Yeah, I thought so too, but Ayla Lyra seems to be a bit of a speed demon, has been running down the speed lanes. So look at that. Like, with that kind of gameplay, I guess it works out. And Brickbat sets up immediately afterwards Web Fishing Warlords. Normally it would have been the Twin Drive, but they have a very clear game plan.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, okay, like, apparently, they went and said, no, we don't need Twin Drive for this. We know exactly what we're doing. But hey, Flip's sake, trying to make something happen. They got two of them down in there, and they're threatening.
Definitely are, especially when AJ is constantly rebounding with the pillars, trying to find an opportunity, but those pillars don't get a chance to form. And now Brickbat goes in, and no strike to be found. A defensive pillar for a while as the core rockets forward. Dangerous spot for Ayla Lyra, but Brickbat's there to make it easy. And Nikki still staying alive, finding the poke through, forcing the flip out of Sylvia. Gets taken out, but if Brickbat can convert, it could be everything here. The cyber swipe barely missing, and Brickbat going for the snipe, looking for a setup, perhaps a flip available, topside, but struck away by AJ. And Adrian with the follow-up. The Expanse just beating all of the individual attempts as Ayla has built up a flip as well. Scary spot now with Sylvia with the hot shot. But so far, it's still good defense by the Web Fishing Warlords. But Nikki, what a pull from the midfield to find that goal.
That was an incredible showcase of just like trying setups and counter setups. That was all of that. That was almost all of that point. It's kind of like you said, the fight was going to be won in the midfield, and it pretty much was. It managed to get to Nikki, and Nikki was just able to do like an amazing like pull and redirect to get that score.
The power of the hot shot coming right back. Ayla Lyra taking both barriers as the goalie with that hot shot primary. The astral projection to great effect. The flip burned. Adrian getting completely baited by Brickbat and Ayla Lyra as the goalie still is lurking. You know, Ayla's trying to look for a flip here. Might not even need it if Nikki is going for a dribble like that. A masterclass on the Kazan right now. Web Fishing Warlords, they might sweep the rest of the game.
Yeah, Nikki has just been the absolute threat this entire match, just shaking people out of their shoes, and Flipsake need to have some way to resolve it, and especially stop these double barriers. That is like the third, fourth double barrier in this game.
And Brickbat immediately punishing impatience from Sylvia, trying to get it to AJ, who had the flip as fast as possible, but the Crystal Thorns do the job so well, and once again it's a Brickbat MVP. And now there aren't too many great choices, but you have the chance to completely deny away any win condition, right? You could take away the team player, you could take away the Timeless Creator that decides to go for the team player here, and Web Fishing Warlords passing plays are going to be even more devastating now.
Yeah, honestly, I'm looking at it, and this might be wraps right here. Like, they got team player, Timeless Creator, like, built different on one end. On the other, you got Explosive Entrance, Chrono Boost, Ad Rush. I mean, it seems good on its face. It seems like relatively even on its face. But just with how Web Fishing Warlords has been playing, like, I don't know.
Yeah, and of course, the for flip's sake game plan, right, was to keep the offense going. But if you can't keep the offense going, if the opponent's midfield is just playing better and consistently maintaining possession, especially with Ayla Lyra just walking across the entire map, then for flip's sake never get to really play to the strengths of the IME, and instead you just get a relatively weak defensive goalie. Sylvia just doesn't have the tools to deal with a lot of the pressure, but the barriers do fall, and maybe for flip's sake can find a point here. Adrian really trying to force it in the top corner, but maybe over forcing it as the core rockets forward. Nikki and Brickbat advancing once again. So far not finding anything, but so many cooldowns burn, and Sylvia in a tough spot manages to find a clear and finds the goal. The additional dash range, exactly what the doctor ordered, but once again it's just one goal.
Yeah, like that, honestly, that kind of play from Sylvie was what I was expecting pretty much for the whole game, but I'm worried now that it might be a little bit too little too late.
Especially in these situations where Nikki and Brickbat have so much pressure with the core speed, but a good strike war win by AJ means that one barrier goes down. Looking for another as Ayla Lyra in a tough corner position. And Sylvia, what a good flip angle and what a good hook angle from Adrian. Kashira getting the barrier, opening up the net as Nikki and Brickbat can't find it just yet. Adrian pushing forward, but a good primary knocks Erasmus back. Tough spot here, missed strike from Ayla, and that will punish them enough for flip's sake now. Only one goal more needed to move on to the next set. Exactly the spot that they wish they could have been a few points ago. It's looking good.
Yeah, there's definitely signs of life now. Like, even if they have to, like, burn these flips, at this point it's like, use the resources. Just use the resources. You need to get back into this game. You need to kind of force a breather, force another draft, and just kind of see what you're going to be doing now against this.
But that was incredible defense by Ayla. Completely nullifying the Sylvia offensive play, which was well timed as well. The barrier still standing means that for Flip's sake are on a bit of a timer as the Web Fishing Warlords offense just keeps on going. They have flips, they have energy, and that is something that for Flip's sake lacks in this point. 2 barriers down, a flip in front of the net, perhaps a patient play from Nikki, taking out the goalie. Sylvia goes down, and the primary from Ayla will cover the clear. And Web Fishing Warlords, don't forget it, this set could be the one to finish off this game.
Yeah, like Flip's sake cannot let that one goal crack them. They had started back climbing the mountain. They cannot falter at like the first sign of trouble now.
Oh, and that bounce is so tough. A barrier taken off of that rune pillar that was trying to deflect it but ended up rebounding it. And Ayla now in perfect position, but the pillar forms just in time to save it. Web Fishing Warlords taking so much damage as Nikki, but the healing is there, and Ayla just standing comfortably with those Atlas primaries, completely defending the barrier.
It's been incredible to see how AJ has been planting these pillars and just trying to basically playing like a second goalie almost at times, and just making sure that the core doesn't stay in their half of the field. It's been very good play from them, and very good honestly on Sylvia's front as well, just to make sure that their defense is holding up to allow these attempts.
AJ so valuable that they were the one actually targeted, almost being taken out, but a good warp forward, a good blink forward from Sylvia. Potential for a little bit more here as Nikki goes for an attempt, but there's plenty of strike cooldowns available on the other side. Tough spot now for Ayla Lear, has just enough speed to get there in time. Good clears, vertical to make sure that it can't be reached by the Rasmus. But once again, it's an Atlas in the open net, and Sylvia has the perfect read, knows that Ayla Lear is going to clear away, and that prediction was brilliant.
Yes, what did I tell you? Just like clear across the map, boom, blink it in when they're not expecting it. They need to keep that up, and they basically need to keep seeing Sylvia as like a potential like surprise third forward, and that Unstoppable is definitely going to help with that.
Yeah, and cast the last for the rune. That's a big opportunity, really. That banish gets so much scarier. The pillars get longer duration, but that banish in particular opens up so many more plays for Flip's sake. Web Fishing Warlords, they gotta watch out.
Yeah, no, this could be a turnaround. Like, unironically, no japes, no jokes. They have to be careful now, because they, for Flip's sake, really needed that one, and they got it. And now Web Fishing Warlords can't kind of like cruise into the last one.
But maybe they're locked in. Maybe they know what it takes, because right now, Web Fishing Warlords, both barriers taken in an instant and looking good on the offense so far. Sylvia going for an attempt forward, but unable to find too much as Nikki and Brickbat are working their way up the field, and an open net just too easy for Nikki to score on, piloting the Kazan incredibly well. Web Fishing Warlords once again 2 goals away.
Yeah, that was just like honestly standard play for Nikki, like standard workday basically. So they cannot let that get to them. They cannot start falling back onto like old bad habits.
Yeah, for Flip's sake, needs to lock in, needs to find those brilliant plays, brilliant blinks forward, but with the barriers going down, it's an open net on the defensive end. Such a tough spot, and that bounce is really scary. A good glitch pop to get it out of there from Sylvia. Good awareness of the situation. And now, if Adrian could convert onto 2 barriers, barely doesn't get the second. And now it's so difficult as Ayla Lyra rushes in, goes for the flip, but overcommits, and AJ's in there. AJ's going in for the goal.
That was just I'm sorry, that was a bit of a defensive breakdown from Alira. Like you said, just a massive overcommitment. They were so confident they had that one, and they were not expecting like Sylvia. They were not expecting AJ. They were not expecting anything to pull that one out.
A little bit too much greed, and it might come back to bite them because they had such a massive advantage. It would have been a 2-0. They would have been on the brink of taking this game away, but now Ayla Lear is dead. What a snipe by Sylvia across the map, and now Brickbat forced to play goalie, doing well so far though, and Brickbat making the saves in the corner, gets it away. The respawn coming in soon, flips it away to the bottom side, and Web Fishing Warlords, they hang on, but the question is for how much longer, because the pressure is there, the pillar is there, and for Flip's sake are back.
Yeah, no, they are hanging on. They're proving like, no, they said, we ain't hear no bell. So we ain't down yet.
Once again, it's a scary situation though. Every point is hard fought for Flip's sake, but they get the good bounce, they get both barriers, they get exactly what they need. The banish goes wide though, that would have secured it, and Sylvia bounces in. The pillar so scary, bouncing all over, and web fishing warlords don't clear it away. What a good pillar by AJ to completely seal off the escape route.
That was incredible. I said earlier they needed to like just stay focused and climb the mountaintop, and they are climbing. They are climbing. They tied it up. It's 2-all, and they are rewarded with catalyst. They might get rewarded with like big fish, stacks on stacks. There you go, and basically anything, almost everything they want.
Rapid fire on the rune, or extra special actually. It's a cast last chrono boost. Extra special. This is an incredibly scary rune that will have banished so often. Every round start, multiple times around. And I think for Flip's sake, might have the tools they need. Of course, the draft isn't all sunshine and roses, okay? Kazan got size. Brickbat on the Estelle got speed. Fighter Flight, an incredibly strong awakening on Oni Village. But I think for Flip's sake, have what they need.
No, yeah, I agree. Like, it's not going to be a cakewalk, and Web Fishing Warlords has proven that just in terms of like sheer skill and strategy, they definitely know what they're doing. But yeah, now for Flip's sake, kind of they have all the tools they need. They just need to lock in and finish it.
Oh, but Sylvia, rare misstep, strikes early against Brickbat, and she knows it too. That's a mistake that doesn't happen too often for a goalie like this. For Flip's sake, on the back foot once again. But we've seen them in this situation before, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Like, shake it off, push back, and, you know, even it up. Come on.
That's what they're going to do. AJ trying to find a rebound, finds the banish onto the goalie, but a Lilira not banished for long enough for something to happen from that. Sylvia now in a tough spot, but Nikki not quite in position to capitalize fully. But the one thing that's making it tough is the size difference. Nikki is honestly more than twice the size of Adrian, the opposing brawler, and that's really showing in a lot of the interactions in the midfield.
Yeah, it's just too much reach and too much, too much reach, too much range, and they're having to basically have to trick out, and that will help a lot though.
What a brilliant banish into pillar, into KO. The pillar proving double in purpose, also getting some rebounds on the core along the way. But they got to make the most of this power player. If Brickbat manages to control the core like that, the respawn will come in. The pillar is great though. The flip waiting out, but not enough patience from Adrian. Hits it right into the expanse. Doesn't realize the duration on it, but still has more chances left. Overtime now, a chaotic point. Trying to find this barrier as Brickbat lags forward. Finds an awkward bounce. Ayla Lyra last second strike on the core. And the barrier still stands. What a defensive masterclass from Ayla Lyra.
Ayla Lyra has been insane at this point. I got to give credit to Sylvia as well, obviously, as well as these incredible pillars. It's been absolutely absurd, the saves that Lyra has been managing to make. Like, not last microsecond saves. Sylvia says she can do it too. But yeah, this is just a back and forth slugfest.
Yeah, usually when people say back and forth, it's just not very descriptive. But this is the most back and forth of all time. So much core speed. They are literally just hitting it back and forth because they just can't get into good enough position.
Yeah, no. It seems like it's going to come down to, in my opinion... that. I was about to say it's going to come down to like off tricking.
Yeah, it has to be some kind of stuffing play. Oh! Ayla Lyra gets greedy, tries to flip it through the middle, and Adrian and AJ are perfectly ready for it. For Flip's sake, they will punish every single misstep.
Yeah, and yeah, kind of like what I was saying. Not quite what I expected, but kind of like what I was saying. It was going to come down to basically mentality and basically trying to out-mind game the other player. That's what I was kind of saying when I was saying tricking. Out-mind game the other team. And that kind of happened there.
It's also about just having stability, right? Like not going for something too extreme because you want to change the status quo. You want to get out of the situation. You need to keep it going. You need to stay calm or else it's not going to work out. Something like that's going to happen. The opening is going to be punished. But Nikki has the flip available. Bit of a scary situation, but a great banish. Will that KO? No way, right? Yeah, but a double barrier. Ayla Lyra couldn't quite get there in time, and now, for flip's sake, are so close to taking it.
Ooh, this could be a heck of a turnaround if they can secure these next 2 goals.
Oh.
And beautiful, gets the demon angle. Ooh, wow! Ooh, that was pinpoint. That was precision. That was beauty.
Adrian whiplashes off the bottom wall, and somehow, like, it was so close to missing too. It was a few pixels off, just rebounding off the corner, but it was just enough. And for flip's sake, now, for the first time in what seems like forever, they're the ones in the lead.
Yeah, but very clearly, Web Fishing Warlords does not like that, and they're trying to even that up very, very fast.
Great read, but miscommunication between Brickbat and Ayla Lyra means that a barrier goes down. And Sylvia, what a follow-up! 2 barriers down for flip's sake, looking for the ultimate comeback. The turret not quite enough. Adrian needs to be the hero, needs to stall enough time for Sylvia to be able to get a cooldown back, and they find a strike. No cooldowns needed. Sylvia doesn't find the entire goal, but the respawn's going to come in. So much core speed, and a perfect banish. Make sure that the Kazan can't score, and Brickbat can't get a strike either. Now it's AJ winning a strike war in the midfield, looking for a little bit more. A flip has to be used. Sylvia just wins the strike war after the flip. For flip's sake, might be the best team of all time.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you about Sylvia? Good, that was just beautiful. Sometimes you just gotta wait there. Sometimes you just gotta see who flinches first. And that time it was goalie versus goalie, and Ilara flinched.
It's not even like Ayla Lyra played bad that game, right? There were so many brilliant saves, so many brilliant points, but in the end, in the one-on-one, it's all Sylvia. She gets it done, and for flip's sake, makes an almost impossible seeming comeback all the way from 2 sets down, multiple points down. Wow, what a game.
I'm laughing, but that was so absurdly incredible. I don't know if I have any other words for this. That was the first game, by the way. This is best of 3.
Wow. Well, next game is on Demon, so we're going to see some craziness that's different from the craziness that was in that game.
Oh, we about to go to the bounce house, you say?
Demon Deus, the KO Festival.
That's gonna be fun, especially with kind of like all the chaos that was going on with this one. It wasn't even like, I don't think it was like that high of a KO scoring game, was it? It was just like a lot of core speed just getting flung around and a lot of core control.
Yeah, this game was core controlled. Next game's probably going to be damage oriented, as Demon is known to be the close quarters map. It's going to be a true test of versatility in terms of different styles. And we can already tell that in the core control department, these two teams are pretty similar.
Yeah, no, they are very even for in that department. So if it's going to come down to a beatdown, though, I personally would lean a little bit towards for flip's sake.
Yeah, for flip's sake, seem pretty versatile as well in that aspect. Rune is a versatile character in that aspect, even because he can be utilized in both damage and core control. Of course, there are certain spots where he just sucks, but in the spots where he works out, he is incredibly strong at the moment.
Yeah, so I can actually see. Here's my prediction for characters. I can see a Finny coming out here.
Okay, well, I have bad news.
No?
Oh, well, I have very expected news.
Oh.
Finny is banned.
Yep. Okie dokes.
Yeah, that's the least surprising ban of all time. It's Demon, it's Finny, and you know what the special does when the barrier is circular.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, in that case, never mind all that. Let's just punch each other's lights out.
Well, they're going to take a 1-minute break, so let's talk about something else. What can we talk about?
I don't know, Brian. What do you want to talk about today? 'Cause I could so talk. Okay, in all sincerity, I do find it just like kind of incredible how far this whole community has come, and I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes in the future. I definitely I definitely want to see like who makes it out of here, because both of these teams have been proving their grit just throughout the entire season. So I am hoping for the best for both of them, but like this is kind of where it all wraps up, so to speak, you know.
Yep. Demon Deus, extra special missile prop. Pretty violent start, right? Extra special. It can be pretty devastating, especially if a Luna sneaks its way onto the field. Also very good on the rune, notably, if that is decided for Flip's sake. Bit of a scary start, all things considered.
Oh yeah, no, like I would be completely unsurprised, and I say this like without any joking. I would be completely unsurprised if we see like 3 KOs on like the first point, like 3. I legitimately expect to see just like bodies flying, especially with the starting awakening.
Yeah, very, very possible. Lots of additional damage and abilities available. And again, like, Demon is such a strange map, and also important substitution. Yu Yoshiki fan is in instead of Brickbat. No more Brickbat in this game. I'm not sure what the game plan will be, but I do think there'll be a pretty high priority on picks like the Zentaro, on picks like the Rune, especially for AJ, and we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, like you've probably heard this all sorts of times, but Demon Dice is honestly, I feel like Demon Dice is almost more random in spots than say like the actual random map, you know, Clarion. It's just the layout is wild, and it kind of futzes with almost everybody's standard game plan so much.
Yeah, and there's a lot of like difficult situations it creates, which makes every point seem pretty unique, especially in terms of angles on the barrier, off the barrier. And so yeah, it's always very interesting whenever it's a Demon game, and we're gonna load right in. Not too long of a break this time. Heading into game 2 of this series for Flip's sake. Incredible comeback. Can they win another to close out this series is the question.
We about to find out right now. So who we got coming up here? Oh, are they actually going to like try and run an Octavia or a Vice or something like that?
Probably not the Octavia, but Vice seems pretty solid here. Of course, Rasmus, a great goalie pick on Demon in particular, and Alolator has played it quite a bit in the past. But yeah, I'm not sure if that Octavia is real. Yep, it is not real. They're hovering the X, looking for the Vice instead, and I think that will prove to be very successful. The Rasmus adds on to the damage, but you know, I might know these teams. Zentaro Rune, exactly what I expected for Flip's sake.
Yeah, and Aimi apparently to round things out. So honestly, kind of very solid team, very solid team for them. So I would say I'm more looking for Nikki on the X to just kind of try and punch everybody's lights out. I feel like that's definitely going to be their game plan, and we just need to see how otherwise they can resolve it. Flip's sake.
Yeah, and the big question is whether Sylvia will be able to defend enough, because the Aimi has a really hard time making this barrier last long on Demon. Of course, the offensive pressure can't be underestimated, but the defense, once again, can be called into question. The damage you mentioned earlier, Adrian already staggered, already almost taken out, and this X is punching.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that was kind of the intention, but with the Aimi pick, like aside from being, you know, maybe it's not just a comfort pick, it's also just a we know this isn't going to last very long. Let's just try and end it before they end us kind of situation.
What a goal from AJ to start this one off. It looked like for Flip's sake we're on the back foot for most of this point, but instead they say no. They find the goal, and it kind of feels like this rune pick, it was pretty strong. Maybe it shouldn't have been let through.
I can definitely see the logic behind that, and we already saw, we just saw how good AJ is like with the pillar placement and stuff, and a good rune we know can be a terror. So absolutely, it's a bit of a act if you do, act if you don't.
Yeah, 2 barriers taken in an instant, a flip available now, blocking off the angles. Yoshiki Fan dribbling for a flip perhaps. Oh, but the power cord not quite connecting. Flip available though, and that will be a clean goal, making sure to not get banished in the interaction. Valiant effort from AJ, but Web Fishing Warlords are keeping it going.
Yeah, that was just not a whole lot to say about like that point. Just clean flip, clean in. Just they weren't quite expecting it. So, but now you're starting to see like I kind of said, all that damage coming out, and now it's basically a game of survival for this point. So they're going to have to be very careful.
Game of survival as Adrian goes through, does so much damage to you, Yoshiki Fan. If they can find a KO on the Vice, they can swing this game in their favor, and the Pillar will do just that. AJ looking so good on both the offense and the scoring. Illidan in a bit of trouble, spins the core away, but AJ patient as ever, looking for a strike through, looking for a strike war win, looking for a pillar, but not quite enough this time. Good defense by the Web Fishing Warlords, and they just obliterate Adrian. That guy exploded. Oh, but Sylvia gets in there, and no one expects it.
I'm gonna keep saying it. Like that's what I was expecting in the first game. That's still what I expected. Like for this one, Sylvia just loves just kind of like popping in and saying hi, and everybody going, wait a minute, where did you come from? She came from our house.
Maybe that's all it takes, as Illidan once again in a tough spot strikes it away, but AJ wins every strike war necessary to send the core forward. Adrian goes down, but it's a small price to pay for Sylvia setting up on the top side, and for Flip's sake, that first game, they're riding that wave all the way through, and I think they know they're the team that could win this series 2-0.
Yeah, no, they are warmed up. They are feeling good. Like I don't really like Sylvia is basically playing like that first game never stopped, if I'm being real with you. So, hey, rock on with your bad self.
Scary Awakening draft, Monumentalist, great on the Rasmus in terms of hooking potential, right? Missile Prop Monu means it does a ton of damage and knockback, but Rapid Fire on the rune, Catalyst on the Zentaro, and Unstoppable is so valuable on the defensive end for Sylvia as well. And I think for Flip's sake, once again, it's not an overwhelmingly won draft, but they have all the tools they need yet again.
Yeah, sometimes the draft is just that good, and especially like I don't want to keep going back to the same strategy. I just really like that strategy of Sylvia just like popping in out of nowhere and just being able to add a sudden unexpected third layer of offense that they have to watch for. And Unstoppable is going to help with being able to maintain that, as especially might be needed with all this damage coming out. AJ dies.
AJ going down, but Adrian and Sylvia are pretty healthy actually, and building up meter. Flip available for Adrian. If that can be used, that would be huge, but has to be burned to evade the Supernova here, trying to win a strike war to force this barrier take. But I think for Flip's sake, getting a little impatient in this particular point. But now that AJ is back, maybe they'll be able to find something a little bit more substantial. Pillar not quite there. A great survival by Adrian, barely staying alive. But once again, Web Fishing Warlords, they're hanging on, but just hanging on isn't enough. They aren't finding enough offense of their own, and all it takes is one strike war to close out the point.
Yeah, that whole actual point was really just Flip's sake being able to maintain their offense, and like even when it went back on their field, there was no real challenge. There was no real transition to offense. They just kind of like let the core go, kind of like now. They just kind of like let it circle back, and let it go on. And they've been having some issues like transitioning to like a full offense Web Fishing Warlords. So they need to solve that problem very quickly because Flip Sake has no problem with that.
Sylvia almost saved that entire interaction. The first strike reset, Sylvia had the patience and the perfect strike timing. For the second one, they do find the barrier. Web Fishing Warlords, they kept it going. And with that KO, they're going to try to keep it going even further, pushing forward onto Sylvia. But the flip's available, looking for the barrier, but Ayla Lear is there in time, and a strike war win by Nikki will secure the goal. Web Fishing Warlords not out of this by any means, but they will need to step up the pace.
Yeah, that's kind of the conclusion that I'm coming to too. You notice that pillar from AJ almost just barely didn't quite hit. So that tells you that, you know, like they're still mindful about this kind of situation. Just slightly off target. Ooh, that won't help though.
Yeah, that KO is huge. Taking out the Brawler, just completely swinging the momentum. That's what Web Fishing Warlords need to do more consistently, and since they have so much damage on their team, they could switch targets to AJ. They stagger the Rune, who is almost taken out but surviving just barely, and now needs to be very careful because Nikki has Flip, but a great pillar will find one hit of the barrier so far. Double banish, but the core slips away from them, and for Flip's sake, their game plan has been so good so far, but I think Web Fishing Warlords are slowly adapting.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a change going on, but the question is it going to be quick enough? And that's a good sign. That's a very good sign. 3-on-1, almost free eats, just straight 1-2 punch in. Very nice, very needed if they want to stay in this Web Fishing Warlords. Good stuff.
Clean, secure on the goal, but they still need one more, and they can't let up for even a second. One good Rune manage, one good Rune pillar even could swing it in the favor for Flip's sake, but that's pretty good, but it takes a barrier on their side, and now Ayla Lear in a bit of trouble. Banish, but Nikki Minowin looking good on the defense. Make sure that the barrier stays up, at least one tick of it. On the other side, AJ with the Rune pillar, but Adrian not quite on target, and now Nikki and Yu Yoshiki fan blinking in, finding the goal, and Web Fishing Warlords equalize.
Very nice, honestly. Just very, it wasn't even like super frantic, their style of play. They were just kind of reset themselves and kind of tried to figure out a good like passing setup kind of gameplay, and it seems to have rewarded them. That combined with like the X being an absolute threat, as X tends to be, and there you go. Very good rewards.
Perfect form, huge reward, as well as the Fighter of Flight. More Thunderstrucks after staggering, which is almost guaranteed. Deadeye even on the hook. Ayla Lear is going to like one-shot people with the hook now. But on the other side, time was created on Aimi and Super Surge on Zentaro, of course. Very solid awakening, so for Flip's sake, not completely losing out, but this damage pressure is going to be incredibly... It's just going to be ridiculous. That hook's going to one-shot someone.
Yeah, like... That's going to be like the surprising that, but yay, you hear who Theme is playing. He gonna be out for blood. Nikki gonna be out for blood. So y'all beware.
You gotta be so aware of Nikki, like you're saying. That X is a beast. Has so many cooldowns with that perfect form as well, and of course Yu Yoshiki fans there to pour on the damage. A lot of chip damage from AJ, but not quite enough. It's Adrian actually, but. That guy got vaporized.
That man flew halfway across the map and disappeared.
Another KO will be found by the Web Fishing Warlords. They really are warlords with how they're playing this KO game for Flip's sake. Need to find a way to survive, need to use their meter more efficiently, because if they're the ones not able to stay alive, then the game is as good as over.
Yeah, no, they did, like, Warlords, I think they got their game plan online, and now just death and blood.
This time, though, for Flip's sake, did manage to find the barrier. So it's still an open net, so they do have some Hail Mary opportunities, a 1v1 perhaps, as AJ goes in for a pillar, goes in for a dribble. Good strike by Ayla Lear to not let it happen. But a banish found, top corner, perfectly played from AJ. Complete awareness of every aspect of the situation, and the game's tied.
That was very good. Like you said, very good awareness, very good placement. Not much to say. That's just excellent gameplay, excellent field knowledge, field awareness.
Sylvia now Flip available, big opportunity to make a big play as the Centauro just overcommits to the top side, taken out by a single pendulum swing. Not even the supercharged hook is what does it here, and a great supernova layering and a slow pull to the other side. But that was some Smash 64 hits done as another point is scored by Web Fishing Warlords.
Like, okay, we have seen the Warlords part of their name, and apparently now we see in the fishing part, because Alira just casting that hook and reeling them in. Okay.
Looking like a real life fishing pole, because that was reeling in slow motion. But 2 barriers already taken by for Flip's sake. And if there's any chance for them, it's here. But this Flip's going to be so scary to deal with. Nikki in the corner. Strike for a win by Yu Yoshiki fan against Adrian is what seals the set. Nikki's tap in is just a formality at that point. And Web Fishing Warlords have the lead.
Yeah, that was just brutal. And you can see like X with the MVP. So let that music play on. And he about to get a whole lot scarier. Like, there's so many things for X. Ad rush, maybe even explosive. Heck, yeah, there you go, ad rush.
Yeah, and with the consistency of KOs coming out from Web Fishing Warlords, that adrenaline rush is going to find so much value. On the other end, though, Egoist is pretty scary. But Hotshot, such a strong awakening on the Rasmus goal, he's going to make it so much less stressful for Ayla Lyra on the defensive end. But gotta watch out. Adrian, Catalyst, Egoist, a bit of a frightening combo, especially with the extra special for even more cooldowns.
Yeah, they're going to be slinging a whole lot. So it's definitely going to be something they need to watch out for, because this gives them a whole lot more offensive holding capability like that.
Yeah, Adrian was just in there, had so much meter to work with, just took the barriers, took the goal, set up, dodge around the abilities, everything you need from your brawler in that situation. But we need to see consistency, because Adrian has had very high highs, but also catastrophic lows where they would just like instantly die. But this time, the member that instantly dies is Yu Yoshiki fan. Great KO setup for Flip's sake, and they're going to use their flips to great potential, but they actually accidentally take one of their own barriers, and now they're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, that was just kind of just a bad bounce. And like I was about to say, it seemed like the game plan for Flip's sake would be to just kind of like end the points before they begin. I kind of said that earlier, because if Web Fishing Warlords gets momentum, they just do that. Just Nikki starts rolling over people.
Yeah, for Flip's sake, need to find these barriers quickly, or else it's such a scary spot once the damage starts stacking up. But these barriers are not easy to take. Of course, the first one, the second one, the banish just long enough. Wait a second, they're proving me wrong. They're making it look easy for Flip's sake now. All just need one more chance to score it, but they don't use the flip. They don't use their namesake as Sylvia goes in. If they can maintain it, it's good. The strike war is a double strike war. AJ makes it a 2v1, and Yu Yoshiki fan never stood a chance in the midfield.
Nope, and yeah, they definitely need to kind of like just keep that going. Just like score these points before Nikki starts rolling, before Alira starts casting that line everywhere. And yeah, they have a way to win this. But the longer these points go on, the more it starts to tilt in favor of Web Fishing.
But that's why they call them for Flip's sake. That flip from Sylvia was brilliant. Found the barrier against all odds, and AJ almost had the goal barely out of strike range, but they're still looking for 2 barriers to stall out this power play with a double banish, a KO with the banish to stall this power play out with, and with Zentaro coming back, with Adrian going through, looking for the goal, not quite enough defended away by the Vice in the midfield, but now AJ has all the control in the world. A pillar set up. A cyber swipe in from Sylvia. The Oni's blade, but not quite enough. The rebound, not enough still. Great defense by the Web Fishing Warlords, but AJ's moving in, not quite. And Web Fishing Warlords, they hang on, but you still have to watch out because the flip's available now. Adrian, flip available. Catalyst Ego is running forward. It's an own goal. Desperately trying to zone away the Zentaro. And Web Fishing Warlords, they had the lead, they had the control, but we're at another set 5.
That is not the way you want to end. You want to end that set. Like that was just such a big threat coming from the Zentaro that they just kind of almost panicked there, saying like, "Get off me! Get off me! Get off me! Please get off me!" And just boom, we're the architects of their own demise. They cannot they cannot mentally crack like that. They have to take this moment to try and like reset themselves, like calm down and go back to playing their game.
Minor misdraft, I think. Big Fish would have been more valuable than Build Different in terms of stagger because Adrian's getting focused. But I really like the Spark take from AJ. That's triple Spark being led through. More speed, more cooldowns, but most importantly, more stagger. And this rune is no longer going to die.
Yeah, no, that rune is something close to like a dark god at this point in time. So, mortals beware. But in the meantime, still got a game to play, still got some scoring to do, still got some pain to avoid because it's not like that X is lacking.
Yeah, Nikki Middelin is still chasing down Adrian, who is not long for this world, but stalls out just enough to survive. And the Zentaro is still there, stealing the orb. What a play to get around the entire map, but is now brought down. Guys, that guy just got one shot.
I can't even say that. He got touched and disappeared. Like, delete you for a little bit, thank you. And now they have to try and make something happen out of this, though.
Yeah, but they can't. Web fishing more. Okay, well, they can. They do find the barrier, and now they have a flip to play with, but it's so scary against AJ, who has enough cooldowns, enough speed to really move around the map, and that's a barrier going down. That's AJ setting up in the midfield. Nikki needs to find a good flip now before the game spirals out of control, because the banish is going to take away your agency, going to make sure that the X can't find the flip, and it goes around just enough. The bounce to the top side, Ayla with a great hook to save it, but it's still such a tough spot. Sylvia clear up through the turret, perfectly played, and is in a really tough spot now as the flip comes in, but a glitch pop, not enough. Nikki, great strike to get the first goal of this final set.
Beautiful placement on that. Glitch pop was like right there, and Nikki kind of like read it, was like, nope, I see what you're doing, and very quick to counter. They have to kind of like keep that up, and that's been their game plan for like the whole match, right? Like keeping the point going so that all their damage and all their like offensive capability can kind of just rev up.
Oh, now it's once again for Flip's sake, going for these barriers early, but Web Fishing Warlords keep up the pace. Both sides barriers all the way down as Adrian almost gets delivered to the core. Tough spot in the top side as Nikki is striking it through, but the turret is a little bit too tough of a foe. But with the brawler going down, AJ is gonna have to be the hero. Top side, what a pass to Sylvia. This team is so good. For Flip's sake, does it yet again from a deficit in the 2v3.
That was absurd. Like AJ self-passed and then was like, I'm going to strike it up here. I know Sylvia's going to be there. And Sylvia was like, I got you, homie. And just, boom, beautiful, beautiful knowledge of each other's playstyles and characters.
It's a 2v3 once again, but who cares? For Flip's sake, has it in the bag. They find another point despite the KO. As long as the barriers are down, they can make magic happen. And all it takes is one more goal to move on.
Yeah, like, getting KOs all well and good. You can get all the KOs in the world. If you ain't scoring, then, hey, it don't mean buckus. And that's kind of the situation been here.
But Nikki could do both here, trying to find the barrier, but what a save. Not quite enough though, and the damage pressure is enough for the moment. AJ now on the chopping block, blinks away, finally goes down, but a glitch pop fade away. Sylvia, can she be a hero is the question, but no, it's just too hard. The open net, no cooldowns left, 0.5. This is a movie, and this is potentially one of those two teams winning the game, but all will be told in this kickoff.
Like this is it. This is where it ends. Here and now.
Double banish, 2 barriers down for Flip's sake. Such a massive advantage now as the pillars set up, as the primary barely connects, and for Flip's sake, what a series. What a statement series. So many clips, so many flips, everything as they win 2-0.
That was scary. That was unexpectedly quick at the end there, but that was also beautiful. I feel like a lot of, for Flip's sake, their game plan just kind of came alive around like like in that second match there, it just all came alive, and they kind of like realized what they needed to do, and they just kept playing to it. Like honestly, I called Sylvia from kind of like word go, and I feel like that was like a very beautiful backbone for like the whole team. I mean, look at the damage, look at the redirects, just the tape tells the tale.
Well, on that note, we won't hold you for too much longer. What a brilliant series. And all things come to an end. See you tomorrow for OSAS finale. Basically this, but with different teams. And, well, goodbye everyone. Thanks for watching.
Arrivederci.